On her 21st birthday, orphan Hailey Winter expects a celebration. Instead, she inherits a curse. Trapped in a war between a father she never knew and the mysterious, cold-eyed Brayden Wilson, Hailey discovers she is no longer human, she is a beast designed for destruction. As ancient legends of blood and betrayal come to life, Hailey must decide, can she master the monster within to protect the man she loves, or is she destined to be the weapon that destroys his world?
Chapter 1. Hailey's POV. Hailey Winter, aged 20. I was an orphan since the day I was born. I didn't know who my parents were. I was hoping that one day they would come and find me. And I wanted to ask them why they didn't want me. It had been over 20 years, and there were no signs of them. It didn't bother me much whether I would find them or not. Since they were not concerned about me, why should I be concerned about them? I was happy with my life, and I would be satisfied in the future as well. I had Auntie Clara with me. She adopted me when I was 10. She treated me like her own child, with care and love. Auntie Clara was single, and I always wondered why she had adopted me. She could have dated a guy, gotten married, and gotten pregnant with her own child. Why would she want to adopt me? I asked her that question before. She said she had always wanted to have a child, but since she hadn't met a man she wanted to be with and start a family with, she decided to adopt one. I had some reservations towards her reasoning, but well, I was glad that she adopted me. She gave me a home. She was my family, and I wasn't complaining about it. What was I supposed to do now? Oh yes. Today marked the first day of my university life. However, I didn't sound excited, trust me. I was excited. I could meet new people, new friends, and a boyfriend. I wasn't desperate or anything. It was just that I had a good friend with a boyfriend. They have been together for around 3 years. They met during junior college. I was envious of her. Hailey, I'm heading out for work. You should be getting ready for school already. Auntie Clara shouted. Yes, I'm ready. I picked up my bag and walked out of my room. I swiftly grabbed 2 pieces of bread from the table and shoved them into my mouth. Bye, Aunt Clara. I took my bicycle out and rode away. I loved this feeling. The feeling of carefree. I felt the breeze sweeping through my face as I rode. It felt so refreshing. Meow. I was too engrossed in enjoying the breeze, and I didn't see a cat running out of the bushes. I hit the brakes immediately. My bicycle tumbled over the stones that were on the ground, and I went flying out. Ow. I moved my hands slowly and tried to stretch my legs. I stood up from the ground and patted the dirt from my jeans. Ow. I whined in pain when I tried to move my right lower arm. I took a peek at my arm and found a scrape stretched across my lower arm. I hissed, and a frown formed between my brows when I felt the pain in my arm each time I moved it. I couldn't clean my arm because I didn't have a first aid kit. Guess I have to wait until I reach school and ask Chloe for help. School. I looked at my watch and realized I was late. Ignoring the discomfort in my lower arm and the soreness in my legs, I pedaled my bicycle and sped away. I locked my bicycle in the school compound and took out my timetable from my bag. I ran as I searched for my classroom. I was panicking and didn't really look where I was going. Ow! I knocked into a group of girls and fell backwards. My timetable flew out of my hand when I fell. My butt landed on the ground first, followed by my right lower arm. Pain shot up from my injured arm immediately. How unlucky. Falling twice within the hour and getting hurt in the same spot. Look where you are going. The girl who was standing in front of me shouted at me. Damn girl. You dirty my clothes. I'm sorry. I was in a rush and I didn't see where I was going. I quickly stood up from the ground while clenching my teeth. My whole body felt so sore. So, get out of my way. That girl pushed me hard on my shoulder, causing me to lose my balance, and I went tumbling backwards. I took a few steps backwards before I felt my back hit something hard. People who were standing in front of me with their eyes wide. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I turned around and lifted my head. He was there, looking at me with his pair of icy ocean blue eyes. It was so mesmerizing. I didn't know how long we had been staring at each other. I could feel people around us starting to leave. Ahem. I heard someone clear his throat, and I quickly snapped out of it. It was so embarrassing. I'm sorry. I took a step back from him and looked up at him once again. This time, his eyes turned a darker shade, and he clenched his fist tightly. I cowered away in fear. Is he not going to punch me for crashing into him, right? I'm sorry. I apologized to him again, hoping that it would calm him down. The guy stood beside him and patted his shoulder. He closed his eyes briefly and took a few deep breaths. When he opened his eyes once again, the color of his eyes had returned to its previous shade of blue. He took a last glance at me before walking away. The moment he was out of sight, I let out a breath that I realized I had been holding onto. I spun around and looked in the direction that he had headed. I can't help but want to get closer to him. What was this feeling? It was strange. I have never experienced this before. I wasn't that kind of girl who would attract a guy's attention. Hence, I never fall for any guy and wouldn't get curious about a stranger. What was happening to me? I shook off the image of him that was on my mind. I hurriedly picked up my timetable from the ground and dashed off after realizing I was super late for class. I stood outside the lecture hall, trying to catch my breath before entering quietly. I looked around the hall to search for Chloe. When she spotted me, she waved a little, trying to catch my attention. I headed towards her and sat down beside her. Hey, Aiden. I greeted Chloe's boyfriend, Aiden, who was sitting beside Chloe, before I shifted my attention back to Chloe. Why are you so late? Chloe asked. Before I could even reply, Chloe lifted my arm. Oh my God. What has happened? Had a rough morning. However, it wasn't an entirely bad morning, as my thoughts drifted to him. Oh God. What was I thinking? Snapped out of it, Hailey. Let's get your arm cleaned up. Chloe insisted on taking me to the school nurse to have my arm bandaged. What exactly happened, Hailey? Chloe asked while the nurse bandaged my arm. I was riding to school, and I fell off my bike while avoiding a cat, I told Chloe. The injury looks like more than just a scratch. Did you fall off your bicycle more than 10 times? Chloe asked. No, I fell only once. But when I was searching for the lecture venue, I knocked into this group of girls. They got so angry and shoved me to the ground. My injured arm landed on the ground again, so it worsened. I explained to Chloe. I could never lie to her. She was like a lie detector. She would know whether I was telling the truth. Damn. Must be Brittany. Chloe muttered. I looked at Chloe, feeling confused. How do you know her name? Both Chloe and I were new students, and it was our first day at school. How did Chloe know her? Aiden told me. Yeah, Aiden told me. He overheard people saying that the girl is bad news. Chloe seemed a bit nervous as she answered, but why would she feel nervous? I shrugged it off. It was probably nothing, and I was thinking too much. Oh. I nodded. Done. Be careful the next time. The nurse told me and smiled. I will. Thank you. Chloe and I walked out of the room. Aiden stood outside, waiting for us. When he saw us walking out of the room, he came to us immediately. Hailey, you okay? Aiden asked. Yeah, I'm fine, I said and smiled warmly. Shall we have lunch? My friends are joining us too, Aiden said. Sure. New friends? I asked. I didn't see Aiden talking to other people during the lecture just now. When we were in junior college, Aiden also introduced me to some of his friends. However, they were not attending the same university as we were, so that he couldn't be referring to them. Oh, they are friends I have known since I was young, and they study at the same school, too. Some of them are older than us. Aiden explained. Oh, okay. I nodded. Out of the corner of my eyes, I thought I saw Aiden heaving out a sigh of relief when I stopped asking questions. Sometimes I felt that Chloe and Aiden were both acting weird, but I couldn't understand why. Were they hiding something, or was I overthinking it? Hey, guys. The three of us walked over to a table where 7 guys and girls were seated. I assumed some of them were couples, as they were sitting close together. Hailey, this is Chase. Aiden pointed to a guy sitting right at the very end. And his partner Ava. I smiled politely at them. What was the word he was trying to say instead of partner? Alexander. Aiden pointed to the guy sitting opposite Chase. And his partner, Madison. Hello. Madison waved at me excitedly. Maddie, cool down. You are going to scare the girl away." Alexander put his arms around Madison and tugged her closer to him. Madison pouted at Alexander. He smiled at her lovingly before giving her a quick kiss on the cheek. They were so cute. Envy. Hello. I waved back at her, and her face lightened up slightly. This is Jaden. I looked over to where Aiden was pointing. Hi. I managed to squeak out. He nodded at me without saying a word. I took a few more glances at him. I could see a powerful aura emitting from him, and I felt a little intimidated by him. That is Nathan. Aiden pointed to the guy who was sitting on the other side of Madison. Hey, beautiful. Nathan winked at me and gave a friendly smile. As soon as Nathan greeted me, I heard this low sound coming from my left. Everyone at the table turned to look at the source of the sound. I turned around slowly and looked in the direction that they were looking. And this is Brayden. Chapter 2. Hailey's POV. And this is Brayden. The moment my eyes met his, nothing came out of my mouth. I licked my dry lips and swallowed hard. My heart was beating wildly, and my thoughts were running wild in my mind. Oh my. Oh my. Am I staring too much? I hope I'm not. Hi. I'm Hailey. I managed to speak, and my voice came out like a squeaking mouse. Everyone at the table was looking curiously at both of us. I could feel eyes focused on me. Brayden stared straight into my eyes, and I could feel my legs getting wobbly. His expression looked like he was debating over something in his mind. Judging the look on his face, he didn't look quite happy. He looked as if he were in pain. He looked away from me, and without saying anything, he stood up from his seat and walked away. His shoulders brushed past me as he walked away. I held onto the table for support when it felt as though my legs were giving way. My heart was throbbing in pain. Pain that I wasn't familiar with. Pain that I couldn't understand. I felt rejected. My mind twisted into a knot. I couldn't find any reasons to explain why I was behaving this way. We were strangers to each other. I just met him in the morning, so why was I being so overly concerned about him? Everyone has a choice about whom they want to interact with and whom they want to make friends with. But why do I feel so hurt when he walked away? Aiden's friends, who were sitting at the table, were looking at me with a sympathetic look. I smiled weakly at them. I'm sorry, Hailey. Brayden didn't mean it. He just does not know how to interact with people. Aiden said, looking worried. It's okay. I understand. I tried to put a smile on my face. Hailey, let's get some food and eat, Chloe said as she held onto my arm. I don't feel like eating. I will go and walk around the campus. See you later in class. I smiled at Chloe. Nice meeting you guys, I said to the others and left. I walked on a path and looked around the school. I walked towards the garden that was on my right. The garden was filled with bushes and flower beds. There was also a big water fountain in the middle of the garden. I went to the fountain and sat at the side. Birds were chirping. The fountain water was gushing down. I could feel my mood turning better. After a few minutes, I stood on my feet and toured around the garden. There were different types of flowers planted in the soil. There were roses, orchids, lilies, floss flowers, and many more. I smiled warmly when I looked at those flowers. The clouds in the sky started leaving, and the sun rays were peering through the clouds, shining brightly on the motherland. I looked around when my eyes landed on a big tree that was in front of me. I headed over and sat under the tree. Wind was blowing freely across the garden, allowing my long hair to sway with it. I leaned my back against the thick tree bark and closed my eyes. I could hear the leaves rustling as the wind blew. I opened my eyes when I felt something drop on my head. I reached up to my head and realized it was just a tree leaf. Then, I started hearing shuffling sounds coming from the top of the tree. I lifted my head and saw someone jumping down from the tree. I screamed at the sudden movement of the person up in the tree. When I took a closer look at the person who had his back facing me, I felt a sense of familiarity. He stood there for a few seconds before walking away. I stood up from the grass patch and ran after him. Clumsy me. I slipped a little while I stood up abruptly. I held onto the tree trunk for support. He stopped walking for a moment and stood at the same spot for a few minutes. I steadied myself before running up to him. Brayden. I stood in front of him, shifting from foot to foot nervously. I took a deep breath and lifted my head to look at him. The moment I looked at him, I felt that pull again. The strange feeling of wanting to get near to him was coming back to me. I found myself getting trapped in his eyes. Pain flashed across his eyes for a moment before it changed back into the cold, distant blue eyes. I looked down at the ground, unsure of what to say. "How's your arm?" The sentence came out cold and emotionless, but I sensed a hint of care and concern. I snapped my head up immediately. No matter what, this was the first sentence that he ever talked to me. I couldn't hide my happiness and excitement. I smiled widely at him. "It feels okay." I moved my arm a little, trying to show that my arm was in perfect condition, but the truth was quite the opposite. I frowned when I felt the pain from my arm. "Don't overexert yourself." He frowned and looked intensely at my arm. I nodded at him and continued smiling. He took a last glance at me before walking away again. "Where are you going?" I decided to follow him. He did not answer my question and continued walking. I chose not to ask any more questions and to follow quietly beside him. Despite his being so cold towards me, I liked being around him. And I secretly decided that I would make him open up to me. I did not know why, but it was the right thing to do. My heart was pulling me towards him. I wanted to know more about him. I wanted to stay by his side. I thought I was going crazy. I have just met him this morning, but the connection I felt was so real. Am I insane? I've never had such a strong feeling for someone I only knew for half a day. He stopped suddenly, which made me stop too. "Stop following me." His voice sounded restrained. He clenched his fist tightly, and his body was slightly tensed. "Brayden." I wanted to ask him what was wrong, but the next sentence he said hurt me. "Stop calling my name. And don't ever come near me." He took a step forward and hesitated for a while before sprinting off at full speed away from me. Water droplets were hitting the ground. I reached out for my face and realized I was tearing. I breathed in and out deeply. My heart was hurting as if it had been broken. I headed back to class, walking like a zombie. Seeing my puffy eyes, Chloe kept on asking me what had happened. I shook my head, not wanting to answer her questions. Not now, I thought. "Hailey, are you sure you will be fine?" Chloe asked me with a worried tone. "I will be fine. I'm just acting strange. Out of character." I went on mumbling about how inappropriate I felt. I shouldn't be sad. I have no reason to be unhappy. He has a choice. Everyone has a choice. He chose not to talk to me. Moreover, it was just the first day. A relationship wouldn't just develop instantly on the first day. I may make friends with others instead. Madison and Ava seemed to be nice. But I couldn't help it. My thoughts would drift back to Brayden. Should I give up? Or should I try harder to get him to talk to me? I let out a frustrated groan and stopped myself from thinking about it. I headed to where I've packed my bicycle and rode back home. I washed myself up and lay down on the bed. I tossed and turned 1,000 times, unable to get my mind to rest. Till the next morning, I woke up with tired eyes. I couldn't sleep. My mind was filled with Brayden. Brayden's voice, Brayden's eyes, Brayden's presence, Brayden's face, Brayden, 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 Brayden. Arg. I think I'm going insane soon. I screamed in my mind. I dragged my feet down my bed and headed to the bathroom. I looked into the mirror and got a shock. I looked like some ghostly figure. I didn't manage to sleep well. After preparing myself, I headed to school with some anticipation. I hoped to catch a glimpse of him today despite what he said to me yesterday. When I reached school, I realized Chloe and Aiden were standing in the corridor waiting for me. "Hailey, what's wrong with you?" Chloe looked at me from top to bottom. "You looked as if a bus had just rammed over you. Do I look that bad?" I asked and sighed. "It's nothing. Just unable to sleep well." Chloe looked at me with a pair of worried eyes. "Is it about Brayden?" I played with my fingers while saying, "I don't know. I'm getting strange feelings." I looked towards her, unsure how to explain the feelings I had for Brayden, but she seemed to understand. "You feel an unusual attraction towards him?" I nodded in response. Chloe kept silent for a while before continuing. You just have to give him more time. Chloe, what do you mean? I eyed her suspiciously. Does she know something I do not? She just met Brayden yesterday too, right? Oh wait. Brayden is Aiden's friend. Aiden is Chloe's boyfriend. So Chloe might meet him beforehand. No wonder Aiden only introduced his friends to me yesterday. That makes sense. Do you know something that I do not know? I asked cautiously. Chloe hesitated for a while and looked at Aiden. They seemed to be communicating silently. After a few minutes, Chloe turned her attention back to me. Hailey, I'm sorry for hiding some things from you. There are some things I couldn't say before. But now the situation has changed. However, I am still not going to reveal things yet. We have to wait till the time ripens. The only thing that I'm telling you is don't give up on him. The feelings that you felt for him may be abrupt, but just don't deny those feelings. I raised my eyebrow, not quite understanding what Chloe was trying to tell me. She sighed a bit and patted my shoulder. You will understand someday. In the meantime, try to make him open up to you. I will help you. We will all help you. Right, Aiden? Chloe nudged him using her elbow. Yeah, of course. Aiden smiled widely at me. Ugh. I dragged my answer. My mind was still trying to sort out what Chloe was trying to tell me. Honestly, I was quite confused. Did I understand all the lessons? I was not concentrating. All I heard was the teachers were talking about some theories. My mind was focusing on lunchtime. I would like to see Brayden there. My mind was running through the things that I could say to him if I did meet him. As soon as the lesson ended, I packed my stuff and walked over to the canteen with Aiden and Chloe. To my disappointment, he wasn't in school today as we reached the table. I could see everyone there except Brayden. I thought he was somewhere on the campus, but they told me that he didn't come to school at all. Brayden has something to attend to today. Aiden tried to explain to me. I smiled at him to assure him that I was fine. But I couldn't help but think that he was avoiding me. No. I shouldn't be thinking so negatively. I'm Hailey Winter, a happy, carefree girl. And I should not be giving up so easily. I should believe in what Chloe has said. I should work hard to make him open up to me. I encouraged myself. This was the first time that I was interested in someone. I should not give up so easily. Yes, that is it. I put on a happy smile throughout the entire lunch break. Other than Aiden and Chloe, I also interact with the others. Although Jaden seemed intimidating, he was actually a nice person. Nathan was more of the friendly, outgoing type. Madison was a very active, hyper kind of girl. Most of the time, Alexander was trying to calm Madison down. Compared to Madison, Ava was more reserved and quiet. Chase was the noisy fellow, playful and loved to talk to people. In this pair, Ava was the one always trying to rein in Chase. They were all so cute in their own way. After school, I did not ride home immediately. I parked my bike on the roadside and walked into a forest near my house. In the clearing, there was a beautiful lake that I found out about not long ago. I found that place beautiful and peaceful. I found a nice spot near the lake and sat down on the ground. The air was fresh and the lake was calm. I took a deep breath and smiled at the scenic view in front of me. After a moment of silence, I heard rustling from the deep forest, along with the sound of broken twigs. It sounded like someone was walking through the forest. I spun myself around to look at the surroundings. I thought it would be some humans walking into the clearing. Oh boy, I was wrong. The creature that was standing in front of me was not a human. Instead, the creature standing in front of me right now is a huge brown wolf. Chapter 3. Hailey's POV. My eyes widened in fear as I looked at the creature in front of me. The huge brown wolf was sending out dangerous vibes, and his eyes. They were a deep, unsettling red. The wolf growled fiercely at me as he approached. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. What should I do? I took a step back cautiously and tried to stay a distance away from it. As I moved backwards, the wolf strode slowly towards me. Fear filled me. I grabbed tightly onto my bag. I darted my eyes around to search for a direction to run. The wolf let out a low growl. I whimpered and cowered back a little. That's it. I decided to make a mad dash out of the forest. I hoped I would make it out. Can I even outrun a wolf? Just as I turned around and decided to dash out of the clearing, the wolf lunged toward me. One of its paws landed on my right shoulder. I heard the sound of my sleeves tearing apart. I cried out in pain when I felt a sharp scratch across my upper arm. I lost my balance and fell onto the ground. I whimpered softly. My arm was hurting, and the bandage on my lower arm was turning red, too. My previous injury had been agitated. I lifted my head to see the brown wolf approaching me. I shifted, trying to move backwards, further away. The wolf growled at me again. Tears were rolling down my cheeks fiercely. My shoulder and arm hurt so badly. Please don't hurt me. I doubted it would understand, but I prayed hard that it would leave me alone. But the wolf growled at me, and I saw it crouching down, preparing to move again. I screamed and mentally braced for what was coming. To my surprise, I did not feel any impact. I heard more growling than before. I peeked through my eyelashes to see the surroundings. 2 wolves were snarling at each other. The new wolf's fur was darker than the other wolf's. The new wolf moved toward the old wolf. They tangled with each other and rolled across the ground. The new wolf pinned the old wolf on the ground and growled dangerously at him. The old wolf tried to get out of the new wolf's grip, but the new wolf pinned him steadily to the ground. My eyes were focused on the wolves as I tried to move backwards to hide behind the trees. I wasn't aware how far I was away from the tree till my shoulder knocked into something hard, causing me to whine in pain. The new wolf turned his head to look at me for a moment, and the old wolf took his chance to tackle the new wolf. The darker wolf moved swiftly to avoid the attack. Without hesitation, the new wolf countered and bit one of the other wolf's legs. The old wolf howled in pain. The dark wolf took the opportunity and landed a decisive blow to the old wolf's neck. The new wolf took a few steps away from the now defeated wolf. I heard more rustling coming from the forest. I cowered myself nearer to the tree. It might have been my imagination, but I saw bright eyes shining from the deep forest and some shadows moving around. The new wolf looked towards the deep forest, and the shadows stopped moving. Slowly, one wolf walked out of the bushes and stood by the fallen wolf. So now there is another wolf appearing. Are they going to turn on me next? Tears kept spilling out of my eyes. My arm was bleeding. I could feel myself getting dizzy. My eyes were threatening to close. I'm going to lose consciousness in the woods. I looked up into the sky. If I'm going to pass out, I just wanted to see Brayden one last time. The wolf started dragging the other wolf into the forest. The new wolf turned to look in my direction and slowly approached me. My palms were sweating, and I was panicking on the inside. I wanted to move away from him, but I felt my energy draining away. My body was getting weaker. Please, please don't hurt me. I whispered and looked up to the wolf. When I met his eyes, I felt something familiar. His eyes. They were ocean blue. It reminded me of Brayden. Brayden. I'm fading now. I don't think I could see him anymore. My body slumped onto the ground, and I lay there helplessly. My head was spinning badly. I looked up at the wolf once more. A look of distress flashed past his eyes. It looked sad and worried. And I thought I saw a small hint of deep affection. I miss him, I mumbled softly. I closed my eyes and gave into darkness. Before I lost consciousness entirely, I heard the wolf let out a pain sound. I wasn't sure how long I slept. Between the dreams and reality, I could feel hands touching my body. I heard murmurings now and then. I tried to open my eyes, but I just couldn't. She will be fine, someone said. The voice sounded like Chloe. Then I heard shuffling sounds till everything went dead silent. I was about to drift back into darkness when I felt someone holding onto one of my hands. I felt warmth transmitted from the person's hands. I felt safe and comfortable with this person around. The person raised his hand and swept my hair gently to the side. Who are they? They were not speaking. Suddenly, I felt a soft touch on my forehead. Please open your eyes. The person finally spoke. I tried to recall whose voice this belonged to. Before I could even figure it out, the exhaustion came back to me. Unable to fight it, I drifted into dreamland again. I opened my eyes slowly and groaned when the lights shone into my eyes. I squeezed them tight immediately. Hailey? I heard someone call my name. I forced myself to open my eyes again. The blurry images I was seeing started to sharpen. She's awake. Madison squealed in delight. I tried moving a little, but my body was aching too much. I whined in pain. Hailey, don't try to move too much, Chloe said. I nodded in response. I looked around the surroundings and the people crowding around my bed. There were only Madison, Chloe, and Ava. I was disappointed that Brayden was not here. Well, what was I expecting? Hailey, do you need anything? Water. Ava asked in a gentle tone. Why, yes, please. My voice came out hoarse. I wanted to sit up, but when I did that, I felt pain in my arm. I squeezed my eyes tight and took a deep breath. Hailey, don't force yourself, Chloe said. Madison held the cup of water while Ava and Chloe helped me sit up in the bed. Thanks, I said. Here you go. Madison handed me the cup of water and I took a sip. How did I end up here? I looked around again. I was at a hospital. Chloe, Madison, and Ava looked at each other nervously. Memories started flooding back into my mind. I remembered going into the forest. I sat by the lake. Then, wolves. Big wolves. I saw big wolves. They were huge. I thought they were going to attack me. I cried out. Hailey, calm down. How's that possible? Wolves. Chloe said jokingly. I'm serious. Why doesn't she believe me? Okay. It's hard to believe, I know, but I really did see it. I mean, it was a wolf that got me. But we didn't see any wolves. We just found you lying on the ground with injuries. Chloe explained. But my arm would have marks. I tried to show them the scratches. Oh, my arm was bandaged. The doctor told us your arm was wounded by sharp branches. Don't worry. The doctor assured that there won't be any scars once it heals. Madison said. But am I dreaming all along? No, it's real. I was starting to doubt myself. Couldn't I be imagining the whole thing right? Hailey, don't think too much. Just rest more, Ava said. I nodded at them. Maybe I fell in the forest and went unconscious. I thought of all possibilities, but I was unable to convince myself. I looked at the three of them, and their faces seemed guarded. I felt they knew something, but they didn't want to tell me. Secrets and more secrets. Somehow, I didn't like them hiding things from me, but if they did not want to say it, I couldn't force them either. I trusted that they would tell me in due time. What day is today? Don't you guys have school? I asked. It's Wednesday. We skipped it. We need to take care of you, Chloe said. Otherwise, Brayden will be upset if you are not well taken care of. Madison giggled. He wouldn't. I shook my head, feeling a little sad. Chloe nudged Madison. Please don't talk about him already. Probably we should decide when we are going out to have a girls' day together. Madison said excitedly. Poor Alexander. He will be spending a lot on us again. Ava made fun of Madison. Well, I'm his favorite person. He should pamper me. Madison defended herself. Favorite person? I mean, I'm his girlfriend. Yeah, girlfriend. Madison laughed awkwardly. The guys are at school? I asked. Nope. They have some other things to attend to, Chloe said. Oh, I mumbled. Throughout the days I was lying on the hospital bed, I never even saw Brayden once. He didn't come and visit me at all. Every day, whenever the door was being pushed open, I hoped that at least once, the person who walked in might be Brayden. I mean, I was happy when the others came to visit me, but part of me felt disappointed. Till the day I was discharged, I was still anticipating that he would come. I sat on my bed with my back leaning against the wall and held onto a book. This day was a weekend. I took medical leave from school to rest at home for a week. The bandage was removed from my arm, but the doctor said I should continue resting for a period. I felt myself getting better and wanted to go to school, but Chloe and the others insisted I stay at home. Usually, after school, the girls would come and visit me. Sometimes, they would come along with their respective boyfriends. Looking at their happy faces, I really felt happy for them. I wish I had the same look on my face too. Lying down on my bed, I stared up at the ceiling. I was feeling bored. Should I call the girls to see whether they're free to go out? What if I called them and they told me to stay at home? So, should I go out myself? They would probably be very upset if they found out. Well, in that case, I should sneak out without them knowing. If I weren't going out of the house, I would probably go restless soon. I'm heading out. I took a bath quickly and changed into fresh clothes. I grabbed my wallet, phone, and everything else I needed and put them into my bag. I slung the bag over my shoulder carefully because my arms still ached once in a while. I took the house keys in my hand and unlocked the door. Luckily, Auntie Clara was not at home as she had to work. I had to be back before she came back home. I stepped out of my house and locked the door. I thought no one would find out. I was wrong. Where do you think you are going? Chapter 4. Hailey's POV. I froze upon hearing the voice. I turned around slowly to face the people behind me. I laughed awkwardly at them. Hi. Chloe folded her arms across her chest. Are you trying to sneak out? Chloe asked. I was just. Chloe glared at me. Yeah. I was bored. I want to go out and take a walk. I took a glimpse at Chloe and the other girls. And you were trying to go out without asking me. How could you? Madison pouted and glanced at me, looking upset. I thought if I asked, you guys wouldn't let me go out, I explained. Well, we actually intended to ask you out today. That's why we are here. Ava said, smiling warmly at me. Oh, really? My eyes sparkled brightly. That's great. I could finally go out. I felt like a kid who had waited for a long time before I finally got a lollipop to eat. I squealed in delight and gave the three of them a quick hug. They pulled me along with them and approached the two cars parked along the road. There is one more thing, though, Chloe said. What? I urged her to continue. Hey, Hailey. Aiden greeted me from the car before hopping out of the vehicle. Alexander and Chase also got out of their vehicle, which was parked behind Aiden's. And, to my surprise, he stepped out of the car. I stood rooted to the ground. I bet I looked like an idiot now. The girls started waving in front of my face, snapping me out of the daze. The girls grinned at me. Let's go. Madison shouted excitedly and ran toward the car where Alexander stood. Ava followed behind Madison and headed to Chase. Let's go. Chloe hooked onto my arm and pulled me towards Brayden. When we were near Brayden, Chloe gave me a gentle push and I tripped over my own leg. I thought I was going to fall flat onto the ground, but a pair of strong arms held me tightly. Thank you, I said softly. I lifted my head and my eyes met his. A frown formed on his face and a hint of worry lingered in his eyes. Can I believe that he does care about me? Suddenly, the sound of the horn made me jump a little. Brayden and I turned to look at the car behind us. Chase, who was sitting in the driver's seat, had a mischievous smile on his face. He did that on purpose. Ava, who was seated beside Chase, shook her head. Chase turned to Ava and smiled widely at her. Ava nudged Chase's arm playfully. Madison popped her head between the two front seats and waved frantically at us. Alexander had to pull Madison back and hold her close in his arms. How long are both of you going to stand outside? Aiden stretched his head out of the window and said, When did they get into the car so quickly? I must have been too captivated by Brayden and wasn't aware of my surroundings. I blushed at the thought of it. At the back of my waist, I felt a nudge. Brayden placed his hand behind me and pushed me slightly, signaling me to get inside the car. He held onto the car door for me while I climbed into the car. He closed it for me before walking over to the other side and climbing in. Where are we going? I asked. The mall, Chloe said. I nodded and leaned back into the seat. Throughout the car journey, I felt so nervous and tense. Every few minutes that passed, I would take glances at Brayden, who was sitting on my right. But he was not looking in my direction, of course. He was staring out of the window. I looked down at my lap and fidgeted with my fingers. Here we are, Aiden happily announced. All of us stepped out of the car and headed into the mall. The girls were basically pulling me around, shopping for clothes. How about this? Madison grabbed one of the outfits that was on the shelf and shoved it into my hands. What about this? Madison continued piling shirts on my hands. Ava came over and patted my shoulder, showing me a knowing look. Among them, Madison was a total shopper. Just by looking at Ava, I knew she was once Madison's shopping victim. Ava had quite a few clothes in her hand. The four of us went to the fitting room to try on the outfits. Madison insisted that we come out and show each other the clothes, including the guys. Oh God. Would Brayden be looking also? What if he doesn't think that I looked good in the clothes? I paced to and fro inside the fitting room, and my thoughts were making me nervous. Hailey, are you done yet? Chloe shouted from the outside. Yeah, I'm done. The moment I stepped out, I heard Chase commenting on Ava's outfit. Chase was hugging Ava from the back. Baby, maybe you should get something simpler. That way it's easier to help you get out of it later. Ava wore a dress with several intricate strings crisscrossing at the back. Ava's face reddened after hearing Chase's comment. She looked down at the ground as a blush crept onto her face. Chase let out a laugh after looking at Ava. Are you comfortable in that? I caught Alexander asking Madison. As for Madison, her style was different. She was wearing an oversized hoodie. It was a one-piece style that stopped right above her knees. Yeah, I'm wearing my shorts underneath, Madison said. Alexander placed his hand on her waist and pulled her nearer to him. That's good. I want you to stay comfortable and modest. Alexander whispered into Madison's ear. Madison swung both of her arms over Alexander's neck and smiled sweetly at him. You look beautiful, babe. Aiden looked at Chloe with deep admiration. Chloe was wearing leggings with a stylish, slightly sheer-long top. I glanced around and finally spotted Brayden sitting in a corner. He was clenching his teeth tightly, and obvious tension could be read from his expression. He looked remarkably intense. I didn't really understand why he looked so on edge. The dress that Madison chose for me was quite short. The length of the dress just barely covered me. In addition, the dress was form-fitting and showed my figure perfectly. To make things worse, a group of guys looked into the shop as they walked past. They started whistling, and one of them actually winked at me. I felt uncomfortable under their stare. Subconsciously, I started tugging my dress down, hoping it would grow longer. I heard a low sound echoing in the store, and within seconds, Brayden was pushing me back into the fitting room. Change it, he demanded. His voice sounded frustrated and restrained. No, he said firmly before closing the door. I went into shock. I stared at the door and blinked my eyes a few times. What had just happened? I did not know how long I had been dazing till I heard a knock on the door. Hailey? Have you finished changing? Chloe said hesitantly. Yeah. Give me a few more minutes. I quickly snapped out of it and started changing back into my normal clothes. I walked out of the fitting room cautiously. I glanced around the store and realized Brayden and the rest of the guys weren't in the store anymore. Hailey, are you feeling all right? Ava asked me softly. Yeah. I forced out a smile. I didn't want them to worry about me. I guess the dress just doesn't suit me well. I tried to joke around to smooth the tension. I won't be getting the dress. Are you guys buying? Nope. Chase wasn't a fan of the one I was wearing. Ava placed the dress back onto the shelf. Because he wants things to be simpler? I nudged Ava's arm playfully and teased her as I remembered what Chase had said. Ava blushed at my comment. I just laughed it off. Madison and Chloe went to the counter to pay for their items. Ava and I stood outside the store waiting for them. Where did the guys go? I asked Ava. They went to get a drink, Ava said. She looked at me worriedly. I returned a smile to show her that I was fine. After Madison and Chloe finished making payment, we decided to go and find the guys. As we started walking into the mall, the crowd got larger. Since it was the weekend, everyone was out for a shopping spree. I tried to squeeze through the crowd without knocking into anyone. However, there were just too many shoppers. People just pushed their way through. I held my arm as it began to ache from all the pressing and squeezing. Because of the crowd, I was separated from the girls. I tiptoed and looked over the heads, trying to find them. Once I spotted them, I tried to move toward them. Just then, a warm hand moved around my waist, and I was being pulled closer to a solid chest. I started to react, wanting to move away. It's me. The person who was holding me spoke into my ear. I looked up and saw Brayden holding me. Honestly, I was quite surprised. I mean, didn't he just snap at me? And the next moment, He was protecting me. I couldn't understand him. He could be talking to me at this minute, but upset the next. He was sending me mixed signals, and I felt as if he were giving me some hope, but it could be false. It was too confusing to understand. Both of us met up with the others after squeezing through the crowd, and we decided to go for lunch. Lunch was a bit quiet. Brayden was sitting beside me, eating his meal. The couples were focused on each other. I ended up eating in silence. "What should we do after this?" Madison asked. "Do you guys want to hang out at my house? Auntie Clara is not going to come home so early," I said while looking at my watch. "Sure," Madison answered with excitement. "We can watch movies together, eat ice cream, eat popcorn." Madison was unable to complete her sentence as Alexander leaned in and kissed her deeply. It was very sudden. I turned away from them and met my gaze with Brayden for a while before he looked away. My heart hurt when he looked away. After everyone had finished their lunch, we all headed to my house. As we neared my home, I saw they were all growing very alert. I opened the door and invited them in. Everyone stepped into my house with serious looks on their faces. The guys immediately moved to stand in front of their girlfriends. Brayden also stood near me. Someone was here. Chapter 5. Hailey's POV. Who is here? It wasn't possible. I had locked the door before I went out. There shouldn't be anyone who would be able to enter my house. Aiden went up to me and pulled me to stand beside Chloe. He stood in front of both of us. Brayden went around the house, looking carefully, not missing a single area. "What's going on?" I whispered to Chloe. Chloe stared at me, looking unsure of what to tell me. Suddenly, Madison burst out laughing. "Gotcha. Did we scare you?" Madison ran over to me and held my hands. "We were just playing a prank on you." Madison smiled widely at me. I glanced over to the others. They were forcing smiles. When I looked over to Brayden, he still had a very serious look on his face. He was scanning the room with a defensive posture, as if he were ready to protect the house from an intruder. Aiden walked up to Brayden and patted his shoulder. Brayden looked at Aiden with a frown. They stared at each other for a while before Brayden flickered his eyes to me. His expression softened slightly, but he seemed deep in thought. "Let's watch some movies." Madison held my hand and pulled me to the sofa. The others followed. Brayden went to sit on a single-seat sofa. His posture was still a little tensed up. What was bothering him? Was there really someone who came inside my house while I was out? I scanned around the house. It seemed fine to me. Every item was in the same position as I had last seen it. What should we watch? Madison mumbled to herself, flipping through the movies on the coffee table. I continued to stare at Brayden, and when he sensed me looking at him, he turned to look at me too. I bit my bottom lip nervously. His eyes darkened as he looked at me, his gaze lingering with a strange intensity. "Let's watch Warm Bodies." Madison nudged me, and I diverted my attention back to her. I nodded. In the meantime, I could feel Brayden watching me. I took a peep toward where he was sitting. When I met his gaze, I quickly looked away. I'll go and get some drinks for you guys." I stood up and headed to the kitchen. I took a few cans of drinks out of the refrigerator. I took a deep breath, held onto a can, and walked towards Brayden. I stretched my hand out to pass it to him. He looked at me for a few seconds and then at the can in my hand. "Thanks." Brayden took the can and opened it. I smiled widely the moment he accepted it. I went back to the couch in a much better mood. I didn't know how long we had been watching movies, because I don't really remember much after that. I didn't even know when the guys had left or how I ended up waking up in my bed the next morning. When did I fall asleep? Anyway, what day is today? I sat up and looked at the calendar. Oh gosh, it's Monday. I jumped up and dashed into the washroom to prepare for school. I quickly munched down my breakfast. "Hailey, eat slowly. Don't choke on your food." Auntie Clara looked at me worriedly. I smiled and waved goodbye before riding off. The day passed quite smoothly, except that the boys did not appear at school again. Chloe said they had something else to handle. I wondered what was so important. I was sitting in a classroom for my last lesson of the day. Chloe and Aiden did not have this class with me, and I did not know anyone else. I opened my book and placed it on the table. Oh look. She's actually studying. My book was ripped out of my hand. I looked up and saw the group of girls from my first day. I stood up and reached out to grab my book back. Is she the leader of the group? Brittany? I recalled the name Chloe mentioned. Could you return my book to me? I said. Look, girl. Let me tell you something. If you are smart enough, you should stay away from Brayden. He is mine. Brittany snarled. But I haven't seen you together. Are you sure about that? I questioned her. Seeing Brayden being so distant with everyone except his friends, I didn't believe he would hang out with her. What are you trying to say? Brittany got very angry. She threw my book across the room, and it smacked against the wall with a loud thud. The whole classroom went dead silent. Just then, the teacher walked in. What are you both doing? And whose book is this on the floor? The teacher, Mr. Oak, looked at us. Then, I saw a change in Brittany's expression. She started to pretend to be distressed and accused me of being the aggressor. The teacher actually believed her. Ms. Winter, see me after class, Mr. Oak said in a cold tone. But I tried to protest, but he ignored me. I was the innocent one. Brittany had a victorious smile on her face. She was clearly delusional about Brayden. The class continued as per normal. Afterwards, Mr. Oak requested me to help him with a task. I immediately texted Chloe, telling her not to wait for me. You are going to help me clean up the school's storage room. At 5 p.m., Mr. Oak pulled me to the storage room. I had requested to put my bag in my locker first. Arrange the books on the shelf. Remember to put them in alphabetical order. Mr. Oak pointed to the boxes. I will leave the door open. I will come back in 3 hours' time. He walked out. I walked to the door and investigated. The door was a sliding door that required a staff ID card and password to open when closed. The storage room was dusty and warm, with only a few small windows at the top of the wall. I started with the first box. Dust flew everywhere, causing me to cough. My arm had only just recovered, and I was straining it to do this. I carried the books and placed them on the shelves. It was not an easy job. Sometimes I needed a ladder to reach the higher shelves. The ladder felt unstable, and I didn't want to fall. I was focused, sweating with the effort. I was so engrossed in my work that I didn't realize someone was standing outside looking at me. I was holding a book, trying to fit it into the highest shelf. I tiptoed and pushed the book in. I felt my strength fading. I tried a bit harder, and that was when I lost my balance. I wobbled and fell off the ladder. I closed my eyes and anticipated the impact. I waited, but I didn't feel any pain. I opened my eyes a little and saw someone holding me. I stared, dumbfounded. Why is he here? Just as I was trying to figure that out, I heard a clicking sound. Both of us turned our heads. The sliding door had shut and clicked into place. Oh, my God. I scrambled out of his arms and ran to the door. I tried pulling it, but it was locked tightly. I peered through the glass, but no one was passing by. I turned around to see the person standing right in front of me. Brayden. I was locked in the storage room with Brayden Wilson. Chapter 6. Hailey's POV. I shifted nervously from foot to foot. I bit my lips and glanced up. Be brave, Hailey. I let out an awkward laugh. Say something. I scolded myself mentally and racked my brain for what to say. How are you? When the 3 words slipped out of my mouth, I felt like an idiot. Is that the best thing you can come up with, Hailey? I groaned inwardly. Fine. Brayden's sudden reply shocked me. I looked at him and smiled brightly. I walked towards 2 chairs that were placed in a corner, swept the dust away, and sat on one. I patted the chair next to me. I looked at him earnestly, hoping he wouldn't reject the idea of sitting next to me. After a moment, he walked over and sat down. We stayed silent for a while before I decided to break the ice. Why? Why are you here? Did you come looking for me? I glanced to the side to see his expression. Just happened to pass by, Brayden replied as he looked the other way. Just happened to pass by? The storage room was in a secluded corner. People wouldn't just pass by here unless they intended to. Unknowingly, my lips curved into a smile. Brayden was fidgeting uncomfortably. Is he feeling nervous? I giggled a little at the thought. What's your middle name? I asked. James. Brayden James Wilson. I mumbled his name under my breath. Brayden tensed up a little before relaxing back into the chair. Favorite food? Burgers. I wanted to get to know him, so I kept asking questions. I was surprised he was answering, even with just one word. It was better than nothing. Favorite color? He finally turned to look at me. I shivered slightly under his intense stare. Hazel. He replied and looked away again. Hazel. That was the color of my eyes. I love the color of your eyes, too, I thought. When I felt his gaze return to me, I wondered if I had said it out loud. I lowered my head in embarrassment. Favorite type of songs? I leaned my head over to look at his face. He frowned and tightened his fist. None. I frowned at that. Then what do you do in your free time? Running. Do you have siblings? He started to tense up again at that question. They're gone, he said, his voice tight. I'm sorry. I didn't anticipate such a sad answer. I saw pain flash through his eyes. I had the urge to reach out and comfort him, but I held back, not wanting to make him uncomfortable. He didn't say anything more. Do you have a girlfriend? I thought about what Brittany had said, and I wanted to clear my doubts. When the word girlfriend came out, his eyes flickered. He seemed to be recalling something. His jaw tightened, and I saw a flash of pain before his expression went neutral again. No, my lips immediately formed a smile. I was so relieved. But he didn't look happy. I realized then that I had never seen him smile. Was it because of the things that happened in his past? I moved a little closer to him. I'm sorry, I whispered. His body tensed, so I stepped back slightly to give him space. I'm just going to finish up with the books. I headed back to the shelf. To my surprise, Brayden came to my side and helped me place the books that were out of my reach. Thanks. He just nodded stiffly. With his help, the task was completed just in time. The door unlocked and Mr. Oak walked in. Why was the door shut? Mr. Oak didn't realize Brayden was with me until we walked up to him. Brayden? Mr. Oak was surprised. So, he knew Brayden too. Mr. Oak looked between us, but didn't comment on Brayden helping me. He just let us go. Brayden left quickly after we stepped out. I walked back to my locker to grab my bag. When I headed toward the exit, I realized it was raining. Oh no. I didn't have an umbrella. It was already 8:20 p.m. and I was hungry. I decided to just run for it. I used my bag for shelter and started running toward my bike. The rain blurred my vision and I accidentally ran right into someone. I rubbed my head and looked up to see Brayden. I thought you left, I said. He silently handed me his umbrella. He removed his jacket and placed it over my shoulders. He guided me to his car and signaled for me to get in. I pulled his coat closer. It smelled like his cologne. The ride was short since I lived nearby. Thank you. He dropped me off at my doorstep. I waved to him before entering. I went in my room and couldn't stop smiling. We had made progress. I looked at myself in the mirror and realized I still had his jacket. I held it for a moment, enjoying the familiar scent. It felt as if he were still there with me. The next morning, I was awakened by a loud noise from outside. What's going on? I mumbled. I walked out of my room, rubbing my eyes. Auntie Clara? Hailey. Run. Auntie Clara was in the living room, looking panicked. Auntie Clara, what's wrong? She stood in front of me, looking toward the kitchen. I peered around her and saw a man walk out. His eyes were dark, and he looked incredibly angry. He had some marks on his arm that seemed to be fading rapidly. My eyes widened. Am I imagining things? I pinched myself, and it hurt. This was real. Who are you? What do you want? I stepped forward to stand before Auntie Clara. I tried to sound brave, but I was shaking inside. I want you. The man moved forward and pushed Auntie Clara aside. He grabbed me, and I struggled to break free. Auntie Clara tried to help, but he knocked her down, and she lost consciousness. My eyes widened in shock. The man grabbed me and carried me toward a car. Before I could call for help, he placed something over my mouth. I felt my vision blurring and my head getting heavy. The last thing I saw was the man's cold expression before everything went black. Chapter 7. Hailey's POV. I lay on the cold, hard concrete ground. When I woke up, I was alone in a room with 4 walls, furnished with only a door, 2 windows, and a single light on the ceiling. I slowly got up. My hands and feet were chained. I tried to remove them, but I failed. I looked around the room again. What did he want from me? I didn't owe anyone money. I was always a decent person. I didn't think I had ever provoked him. What grudge did he have against me that he had to keep me in this room? I searched my jeans for my phone. I was lucky he hadn't taken it. I looked at the battery, 5%. Why didn't I charge my phone? I quickly opened my messages and found Chloe's name. What should I send? I wasn't sure where I was. 4%. Oh no. I needed to do it fast without getting caught. Save me. That was all I typed, and I pressed send. I prayed it would go through as the reception was poor. I saw the word sent before the phone shut down. Next time, I will remember to keep my battery full every single day. I lay down and held my stomach. I was famished. My stomach started growling. I stretched my leg and kicked something. I sat up, delighted to see several slices of bread on a metal tray. Should I eat it? Would they poison me? But I was so hungry. My stomach growled again, which was a hint to eat. I ate 3 pieces before I stopped. I decided to rest. Just as I was going to close my eyes, the door slammed open. A man in his late 30s walked in, followed by the man who took me. I cowered in a corner. The older man walked up and squatted in front of me. He moved my hair and looked at my neck. A satisfied smile crept to his face. What do you want from me? I needed answers. He clearly wanted me specifically, but I didn't recall seeing him before. I wasn't rich. I had nothing to give him. Don't worry. You will know in 3 months. On the day of your birthday. The man smiled thoughtfully. What? How do you know when my birthday is? Who are you? I felt scared. He could be a stalker who had been watching me for a long time. That could be how he knew where I lived and my birthday. He might know my school, my friends. Was he going to harm them? Have a good rest. He started heading out, but before he disappeared, he turned back. Hailey Winter. How? He really did know my name. Anyone could have asked around to find it, but why spend time collecting my details? What did I have that he wanted? Everyone was keeping me in suspense. Chloe, Brayden, and now this man. They knew something I didn't. I crouched in the corner and leaned my head against the wall. When can I leave this place? I didn't know when I fell asleep. I was resting when someone came in. I felt a sharp pinch on my left arm. I opened my eyes and was shocked to see a man right in front of me. I turned to see him holding a syringe, drawing blood from my vein. What are you doing? I quickly withdrew my arm and backed away. My arm was bleeding, so I pressed it tightly to stop it. He let out a low, frustrated sound and marched toward me. My body hit the wall. I suggest you stay still, the man threatened. He held me firmly against the wall. I tried to struggle, but he forcefully used the needle, causing me to cry out. After he finished, he left me on the ground. The loss of blood and lack of food made me feel lightheaded. The man returned with a tray of food and set it before me. At least they were feeding me. After finishing, I stared into space. How long would I be here? A few minutes later, the same man walked in again. This time, he held another syringe. What do you want now? He didn't answer. He grabbed my arm and injected the contents into me. What was that for? I felt heat rolling off my body. It was as if I was burning up. I groaned. I was definitely not feeling well. Sweat rolled down my face as I breathed heavily on the floor. Slowly, the feeling subsided. Hailey! I lifted my head to see someone approaching, but my vision was blurry. Based on instinct, I moved away, fearing I would be hurt. That person knelt and pulled me into his arms. He stroked my head and held me close. I felt safe. I finally found you, he said, sounding relieved. Who? I moved a little to see his face. Brayden? I thought I was imagining things. I blinked and realized it was really him. When my eyes met his, he looked shocked. Your eyes, he murmured. My eyes? What was wrong with them? Brayden, let's go. Jaden barged in and commanded us to leave. Brayden carried me out of the room. However, after a few steps, he stopped. I turned to see the older man and his helpers standing before us. Jaden and Aiden stepped forward to protect us. Chase, Nathan, Alexander, and others I didn't recognize stood with them. "Where do you think you are taking her?" "Drop her and leave," the older man said. Brayden tightened his grip and held me closer. The older man took a step forward, and several threatening sounds came from our group. "Don't you dare take another step," Jaden threatened. The older man laughed mockingly. "I have destroyed numerous groups. I wouldn't mind taking down another." Robert Miller, Brayden said the name with pure hatred. He sounded like he wanted to end that man right there. At this moment, a mysterious woman approached and stood beside the older man. I felt Brayden's body tense up. He clenched his jaw. I frowned from the pressure of his grip, but I didn't push him away. He looked at the woman, then back to the man. The older man smirked. I remember now. You are the one who was once close to my partner." He grabbed the woman by her waist. What did he mean? I looked at Brayden. He looked like he was in deep emotional pain. He seemed so vulnerable. I pulled myself closer to him and rested my head on his shoulder. His body relaxed a bit. He buried his face against me, taking deep breaths. Suddenly, the older man burst out laughing. "So that is what this is about. Partners, huh? I was wondering why your group was so concerned about this girl and willing to take such a risk. But fate is really playing tricks on us, isn't it?" Brayden looked up. The older man pointed his finger at me. "She is my daughter." Chapter 8. Hailey's POV. What? What was that? Daughter. What does he mean by daughter? He's my dad? Then who is the woman beside him? Is she my mom? What is happening? I looked at Brayden, and he had a surprised look on his face. And when he looked down at me, he seemed to be struggling with something. "Do you still want her? Why not return her to me, and I promise to let the whole group leave unharmed?" the older man suggested. I looked at Brayden worriedly. His facial expression was unreadable. I didn't know what he was thinking. He isn't deciding to leave me behind, is he? "Can you walk?" Brayden asked me. I nodded, and he placed me down, allowing me to stand on my feet. What is he trying to do? Brayden took a look at Jaden, and Jaden nodded at him. Brayden held my hand and pulled me along with him. We started running. I turned my head around and was shocked to see a whole group of wolves fighting. One wolf was chasing after us. Was it possible to outrun a wolf? The wolf seemed to be getting ready to pounce. "Stay back." A woman's voice suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Brayden stopped running and swung both of us around, pushing me behind him. I peered around Brayden's shoulder to look at the woman. The wolf was standing beside her. The woman glanced at me and then back to Brayden. "I am glad that you found your partner," the woman said. I was getting confused. Partner? Girlfriend, she means? I was not Brayden's girlfriend, but Brayden didn't deny it either. I could see Brayden's expression soften. Whatever that older man said previously, was it true? Brayden had a past with her. What about now? Was he still in love with her? Was that why he didn't pay attention to me? "What do you want?" Brayden said. "Go. Take the girl with you." I didn't believe that the woman would let us go just like this. Brayden was quite surprised too. "This is what I owed you." The wolf growled at her when he heard that she was letting us off. She glared at the wolf and signaled for it to leave. The wolf hesitated before leaving us. "After today, I don't owe you anything. The next time we meet, we will be on opposite sides." The woman turned around and started walking away. "We will come back for her." That was the last thing she said. Brayden stared at her back as she walked away. My heart hurt a little when I saw him staring at her. They shared a past, and even if it was hurtful, it was a memory between them. What about us? I could sense that more secrets were going to be revealed. Would that bring us together or apart? Brayden led me to his car, and we sped away. The atmosphere was tense. I glanced sideways at him. Will they be all right? I was referring to Jaden and the others. They came to save me, and I left without them. Yes. Brayden's voice came out hard and cold. The wolves, my voice drifted off. I did not know how to ask. Could humans turn into wolves? But when we were escaping, there were only wolves. No humans were standing around. Upon hearing my words, Brayden tensed up. He gripped the wheel tightly. He didn't answer me, his eyes focused on the road. Brayden drove into a path that led to a mansion. I was shocked to see what was outside. We drove past a big garden with a fountain, and a huge building came into view. He drove into a garage, and we walked inside. Hailey. Chloe ran up to me and gave me a huge hug. Madison and Ava also ran up and hugged me tightly. Girls. Can't breathe, I choked out, and they quickly loosened their grip. The moment they looked into my eyes, they stopped, their mouths hanging open. What? What happened to your eyes? Chloe asked. My eyes? I don't know what you mean. What was wrong with my eyes? Let's get her cleaned up. Ava held my hand and led me to a bedroom. The moment I walked past a mirror, I was stunned. My eyes. They were a deep, vivid red. What had happened to my hazel eyes? I blinked, hoping they would go back to normal, but they stayed red. What happened to my eyes? Was it the bread? The blood they injected into me? Hailey? I felt someone nudging me. Hailey. I snapped out of it. What is going on? My voice was trembling. Hailey, the girls looked at me worriedly. Can someone just tell me what is going on? The sounds I heard, the wolves, the kidnapping. My body slumped to the floor. Tears started flowing. Now my eyes. Hailey, don't worry. We will protect you. Chloe tried to comfort me. So you guys are not going to tell me what is going on? They had guilty looks on their faces. I can't believe this. I stood up and walked into the bathroom, slamming the door. I slid down to the floor and hugged my knees, burying my face. I started crying. I was scared. All these secrets, all this confusion, and Brayden was not giving me any answers. Hailey. The girls knocked. I didn't want to talk. Don't they trust me? After a few minutes, someone spoke. We will leave you alone for a while. Clean clothes are on the bed. I heard the door close. I took a shower to clear my head, then changed. I sat on the edge of the bed and stared at the mirror. My fingers brushed past my eyes. I sighed and finally lay down, letting myself rest. I woke up when the sun was setting. Noises were coming from downstairs. I slipped out of bed and followed the sounds. She has the right to know, I heard someone say. This is serious. If this isn't handled carefully, the whole group will be in danger, a man said. Brayden, you cannot blame her for a past she doesn't know. That man claimed to be her father, but we don't even know if he was telling the truth. Even if it is true, she couldn't choose her father. Someone was shouting at Brayden. She's your partner. You are supposed to protect her unconditionally. As I walked closer, the conversation stopped. I looked down from the stairs. What is? I started to ask, then stopped. I assumed they wouldn't tell me. I could feel them staring, but my eyes were on Brayden. He wasn't looking at me. I swallowed hard and held back tears, forcing a smile. Luckily, you guys are back. You aren't hurt, right? I looked at Aiden, Chase, Alexander, and Jaden. Yeah, we are fine, Aiden said. That's great. I smiled. We stood in awkward silence. Are you guys hungry? Why don't I make some food? Sure. Let's go. Madison grabbed my hand. Hailey, make sure you keep an eye on Madison. She might burn the kitchen down. Alexander shouted. Madison pouted, and the guys laughed. When I turned, I saw Brayden staring at me. I really wanted to know what he was thinking. I followed the girls to the kitchen. Hailey, your eye color is back to normal, Ava said. I ran to the mirror and was relieved to see my hazel color was back. I washed my face and stepped out. Madison, be careful with that knife. I finally understood what Alexander meant. Madison didn't know how to cook at all. We are done, Madison announced. We brought the dishes to the table. Aiden pushed Brayden to sit beside me. Everyone started eating, but Brayden and I sat there like statues. I scooped a piece of fish into his bowl. Try this, I said nervously. After a moment, he finally started eating. Arg. So salty. Alexander shouted, pointing to the vegetables. Maddie, did you cook this? I just helped Hailey by adding a pinch of salt, Madison said innocently. A pinch? I didn't even see her add anything. Chase started laughing. Well, Alex, Luckily mine isn't like yours. Chase took a piece of chicken Ava had cooked, but he immediately started coughing. Chase, what's wrong? Ava patted his back. He pointed at the chicken. Ava tasted it and also started coughing, rushing for water. Madison. Ava shouted. I did as you said. I mixed it with the sauce. Madison defended herself. You used vinegar. Chase said. Never trust Madison with cooking. Jaden laughed. Which dishes are safe? Aiden asked wearily. Brayden silently tapped the plate of fish I had given him. Chase and Alexander started jokingly fighting over the fish. I laughed. Chloe looked my way and smiled. I looked at Brayden again. He finished his meal, washed his bowl, and headed upstairs without a word. I watched him go. Ava patted my shoulder. He will come around. Chapter 9. Hailey's POV. I was sitting in my room. I wasn't in my room at Auntie Clara's house, but in one of the mansion's rooms. I was told to stay with them as it was dangerous to go back to Auntie Clara's house. I didn't know that Chloe and everyone else lived together. Chloe never mentioned anything before. I guess the reason for staying together was related to their secret. I was worried about Auntie Clara. I was afraid that man would hurt her, but Jaden told me that he had sent people to protect her. Hailey ready to go to school? Chloe popped her head into my room. Yes. I took my bag and walked to the garage with Chloe. Where's Brayden? I looked around but didn't see him anywhere. He left already. Chloe looked at me with a sympathetic expression. I smiled weakly at her. Let's go then. At first, I thought it was nothing that he didn't go to school with us. As the days passed, I began to feel he was trying to avoid me. He didn't have lunch with us at school. If I happened to be there early, he would leave the table without eating. He wouldn't go home with us either. I hardly even saw him at home. If I did see him, he would walk past me without saying anything. That lasted for a month. Today, I decided to confront him. I woke up earlier than usual and hoped to meet him before he went to school. I had decided that I needed to know what he felt about me. Otherwise, I would stop myself from having this one-sided crush. Even though I knew it would hurt me badly, I went to sit in the living room facing the stairs. He would definitely come down if he were going out. It was 6 in the morning. We would usually go to school around 9. I wasn't sure what time he would go out in order to avoid me. After an hour and a half, I heard footsteps. Brayden appeared and walked down the stairs. He didn't look in my direction, as if he knew I was waiting. I stood up and walked to him. I grabbed his arm and stared into his eyes. I was shocked to see him looking so pale and tired. He had heavy circles under his eyes and looked as if he hadn't slept for days. Can we talk? I asked. He didn't move away, but he avoided my gaze. Why are you avoiding me? I asked. He remained silent. I thought we were making progress. Tears started rolling down my cheeks. After the storage room, I thought you were opening up to me. When you saved me, I thought you cared about me. Brayden turned to look at me. His eyes betrayed sadness and pain. I do not know why. Ever since the first day I met you, I have been attracted to you. Even though you were cold to me, I didn't mind. At least you were showing some concern for me. Am I wrong about that? Brayden continued to remain silent. He took his hand away and walked away from me. I turned around swiftly. I like you. He stopped walking. I ran to him and hugged him from behind. I don't know what is wrong with me, but I can't stop thinking about you. I don't know what you are hiding. I don't know what those kidnappers want or if that man is really my father. I don't know what danger I'm in. None of that matters anymore. I don't need explanations. But there is just one thing I need to know. I like you. Do you like me too? We stood there for a few minutes. Brayden pushed my hands off him and stepped away. Brayden, I called his name. He stood in front of me with his back turned. He clenched his fists tightly. I walked nearer to him, wanting to reach out. Suddenly, he turned around and ran out of the house, brushing past me. What does that mean? He rejected me? I dropped to my knees in shock. My heart was aching. I was crying so hard I had a hard time breathing. I eventually stood up and walked aimlessly upstairs. I entered a room and slid down the door, pulling my legs to my chest. Doesn't he like me? I thought I felt it. The windows were wide open. As the wind blew, papers went flying around the room. I sobbed a few more times before wiping my tears. I stood up and picked up the documents. There was a sketch on one of the papers that caught my attention, a wolf's head. I remembered Auntie Clara telling me I had a birthmark on the side of my shoulder that looked like a wolf's head. I dashed into the bathroom and looked at my shoulder in the mirror. There was really a mark there. I compared the paper to my shoulder. They were identical. I headed back to the table and looked through the other papers. There was a book with a brown cover that looked old. The title was Ancient Stories. I flipped it open to a bookmarked page titled The Creature. There was a huge, fierce-looking wolf drawn on the next page with vivid red eyes and sharp claws. I started reading. This was a story of a legend. The story said werewolves were watched over by a higher power that paired them with partners to ensure they weren't alone. However, one day, a mistake was made. A werewolf was paired with a human. At first, everything seemed fine. They were happy and had a child. But something happened on the child's 21st birthday. He changed into a powerful, uncontrolled creature. He lost his humanity and went on a rampage. He had deep red eyes and was stronger than any other wolf. He became a threat to everyone around him. In the end, the higher power had to intervene to restore peace. The legend said this creature had a mark of a wolf's head on its shoulder. The book slipped out of my hand and slammed against the floor. My brain was spinning. I couldn't believe what I had read. I am a monster. I opened the door to see Chloe standing outside. I ignored her and ran past. Hailey. Chloe was calling and chasing after me. I kept running without looking back. Usually, anyone who reads that story would think it was nonsense. But as I read it, everything felt so real. The pictures looked like the wolf I had seen in the forest. I had the same mark. My eyes had turned red. Did my friends know this? Was this why Brayden kept his distance? I ran until I reached the main street and flagged a cab to Auntie Clara's. Once I reached, I saw her coming out of the house. Auntie Clara. I ran up and hugged her tightly. We talked for hours before she had to leave for work. I walked into my bathroom and stared at the reflection of myself. I looked at the mark on my shoulder. I didn't want this. If the story were real, I would become something capable of hurting people. I didn't want to harm my friends. I didn't want to hurt Brayden. I took a scrub and started rubbing my shoulder, trying to erase the mark. I scrubbed harder and harder, hoping to make it disappear. I bit my lip to keep from crying out as the skin became raw. Hailey. My bedroom door was slammed open. Someone snatched the scrub away and threw it on the floor. That person hugged me tightly as I cried. Then, a towel was wrapped around me. Hailey. He ran his fingers across my face to wipe away the tears. I turned around to look at him. Brayden. Chapter 10. Hailey's POV. Hailey. I heard my room door being slammed open. Someone snatched the scrub away from my hand and threw it on the floor. The person hugged me tightly as I cried. Then, a towel was wrapped around me. Hailey. He ran his fingers over my face to wipe off my tears. I turned around to look at the person. Brayden. I pushed him away and ran out of the bathroom. I tried to run out of the room, but he caught my hand and spun me around to face him. His eyes were filled with pain. No. No. Please don't give me that look. Don't pretend as if you care. I swung my hand away and took a few steps back. So you knew. That was what you guys have been hiding from me. That was why you didn't want to be with me. Because of what I might become. No, Hailey. It's not like this. Brayden took a step forward, and I quickly backed away. Tears kept on flowing. Hailey. I ran back to the bathroom and picked up the scrub. I don't want to harm anyone. I don't want to. I kept trying to rub the mark away. Brayden held onto my hand to stop me. He hugged me from behind and leaned into me. Don't hurt yourself. Brayden was trembling as he spoke. Please. Leave me alone. I struggled. Didn't you want me to stay away? Then why do you care now? Why are you always giving mixed signals? Why? Why? I cried out. Why? I dropped to the ground. Brayden approached me slowly and pulled me into his chest. I'm sorry, he whispered into my hair. I held my chest and started panting heavily. A strange sensation was running through me. I pushed Brayden away and let out a sound, an intense, animalistic sound. Unable to control my body, I lunged toward Brayden and bit into his arm. I could taste blood. What was happening to me? I released his arm immediately and looked at him in shock. I backed away. In the corner of my eye, I saw my reflection. My hair was a mess. There was blood on my lips. And my eyes. They were deep, vivid red. I looked back at Brayden, who was sitting on the floor holding his arm. I hurt you. I couldn't believe what I just did. The story was true. I was changing. Hailey, it's okay. It will heal. Brayden used the wall for support and stood up. No, it's not okay. It's not okay. I turned and sprinted out of the room. I knew Brayden was right behind me. I dashed out of the house. The moment I stepped outside, low, menacing sounds rose. 3 wolves stepped out from the bushes and approached slowly. Their eyes were pitch black. I realized I was only in my modest undergarments and pants. Brayden quickly threw a jacket over me and shielded me by standing in front of me. Go into the house, Brayden told me. No, you will get hurt, I said, looking at the 3 wolves. Hailey, Brayden shouted. No, I don't want to leave you alone. I refused to run without him. I grabbed his shirt tightly. The wolves continued to approach. Brayden slowly backed away as I hid behind him. Hailey, move back away from me, Brayden instructed. Why? I don't. Just do as I say. I loosened my grip and moved to a safer distance. I couldn't believe my eyes. As the wolves approached, Brayden took a few steps back. The wolves leapt toward him. In the blink of an eye, Brayden changed into a huge brown wolf and tackled them. He glanced toward me. Those blue eyes. It was the same wolf that had saved me in the forest. As Brayden was distracted, one of the wolves attacked his shoulder. I cried out. Brayden shrugged the wolf off and lunged back. Fur was flying everywhere. While Brayden was handling 2 of them, the 3rd wolf started approaching me. It growled and raised a paw. I screamed and shielded my face. Then I heard a loud thud. Brayden had rushed to my side and flung the wolf away. He stood protectively in front of me. He tackled one, and they went rolling. However, another wolf struck Brayden, sending him crashing into a tree. One of the wolves reached me and forced me onto its back, sprinting off at a high speed. Brayden! I yelled. Brayden tried to stand and chase us, but the other 2 wolves kept him pinned down. I saw one of them bite his leg. Brayden! I had to do something. I decided to jump off the wolf's back. I didn't care about the risk. I needed to get back to him. I pushed myself and fell, landing hard and rolling over the rocky ground. My head hit something, and I felt a sharp pain. I quickly got to my feet and started running back toward Brayden. The wolf was chasing me. It leapt and pushed me down. I fell forward, my vision blurring. I tried dragging myself across the ground. The wolf growled as it closed in. I prepared for the worst as the wolf hovered over me. Just then, another wolf appeared from nowhere and tackled him. This new wolf had pure black fur. Suddenly, more wolves appeared, standing protectively around me. One of them came closer, slumped down beside me, and let out a soft sound. I stared into his blue eyes. I raised a trembling hand and smoothed his fur. He made a pain sound, and I noticed blood on my hand. He was wounded. Tears rolled down my cheeks. Seeing me cry, his eyes filled with distress. I stroked his head gently. He closed his eyes and seemed to find comfort in the contact. I smiled, touching him gently. I felt a wave of pain from my injuries. He reacted with concern. I smiled weakly at him, looking into those blue eyes one last time before I lost consciousness. Chapter 11. Hailey's POV. Brayden, I was walking in the forest alone. The forest was misty, making it hard to see anything. Every sound that echoed through the trees frightened me. Chloe? I called out for my friends, hoping they were nearby. As I continued walking, the sky grew darker. I didn't see a large root in my path and tripped. Just as I tried to get up, I heard a snap. Footsteps were approaching, stepping over leaves and breaking twigs. I moved backwards, trying to hide. A low sound vibrated through the air, and I trembled in fear. My eyes widened when a huge black wolf came into view. It had sharp canines and bright red eyes, looking incredibly dangerous. My mind screamed for me to run, but I couldn't move. The wolf growled fiercely right in front of my face. I pulled my legs close and screamed before everything faded into darkness. "I'm coming for you." "Hailey," I felt a familiar presence. His voice sounded like a soothing melody. A hand touched my forehead and wiped away the sweat. "Please let her have a good dream," the person pleaded silently. Before I could figure out who it was, I drifted back to sleep. "Why aren't you waking up?" I sensed sorrow and pain in the voice. "Please open your eyes and look at me." I was trying. I was trying so hard to fight off the sleepiness. I wanted to escape the darkness and find the owner of that voice. I felt a warm sensation on my cheek. I liked the feeling of being safe. Someone brushed my hair to the side and touched my face gently. The person seemed afraid I would break if they touched me too hard. Then I felt a warm, damp cloth wipe across my hand and arm. After a few minutes of quiet observation, the person sat back beside me. I wanted to open my eyes, but the exhaustion was too heavy, and I lost consciousness again. "Brayden," someone called his name. Footsteps approached, but before the person could get close, a threatening sound filled the room. I felt someone grip my hand tightly. "Whoa, calm down, man," someone said. Another protective sound followed. "He won't let anyone near Hailey," someone else whispered. Silence followed. The person was still gripping my hand. I moved my fingers slightly. "Hailey?" The voice was filled with joy. "Hailey, can you hear me?" My voice was hoarse. Tears started falling. "What's wrong? Are you in pain?" The voice was full of care. I turned toward it, but everything was dark. I couldn't see the face of the person talking to me. "Where am I?" I asked, trying to sit up. "At our house." "In my room," Brayden replied, helping me up. I recognized his voice instantly. "What time is it?" "It's almost noon." It should have been bright, but everything was pitch black. I reached out, moving my hand in front of my face, but I saw nothing. "Hailey, what's wrong?" "Tell me," Brayden demanded. "Hailey?" Suddenly, I was pulled into his chest. "Get out!" Brayden shouted at the others. "Brayden!" Someone tried to step closer to see what was wrong. I gripped Brayden's arm tightly. I said, "Get out. All of you." He growled fiercely. "Leave them alone," another voice said with authority. I heard footsteps leaving and the door closing. The room became quiet, save for Brayden's heavy breathing as he tried to calm himself. "Please don't cry," Brayden pleaded, but my tears wouldn't stop. He cupped my face and rested his forehead against mine. "I'm sorry," he whispered, his hands trembling. I heard him start to sob. I reached out, searching for his face. "Why are you crying?" I felt the wetness on his cheeks. It hurt me to know he was hurting. "I failed to protect you. Just as I had in the past, I didn't protect the ones I loved. I'm such a failure. I pushed you away because I was afraid to face my feelings. I let you get hurt, and now you've lost your sight. What kind of partner am I?" I was shocked by his confession. Even though I was injured and couldn't see, I didn't feel like I had lost everything. I had finally reached his heart. "Brayden," I touched his cheek, and he leaned into my hand. He wrapped his arms around me and pulled me close, kissing my forehead. I rested against him, listening to his steady heartbeat. "Please don't blame yourself. It upsets me to hear you say those things," I said, wrapping my arms around his waist. "What can I do to make it up to you?" he mumbled into my hair. "I'm not blaming you for anything. There is nothing to forgive. What have I done to deserve you?" I shook my head. "I'm the lucky one. Even if it's only for a little while, I'm happy." "What do you mean?" "Brayden, I'm changing in 2 months. I don't want to hurt you. When I'm stronger, I should leave and—" "No, I won't let you leave. We will find a way." He hugged me tighter. "What if we don't? I've already attacked you once. I don't want to risk hurting anyone I care about." "No." Brayden let out a sound of frustration. "You aren't going anywhere. You are my partner. You will stay by my side. It was the first time he had truly admitted what I meant to him. You've seen me when I've changed, Brayden said. I thought back, my mind a bit slow from sleep. I remembered the fight at my house, the wolves in the yard, and the huge brown wolf that protectively stood over me. I'm a werewolf. And you are my partner. Chapter 12. Hailey's POV. I wasn't sure how to respond. Was it because I had already started to accept that I was changing into something else that the news of Brayden being a werewolf didn't feel like a total shock? Still, it was a lot to process. It explained all those animalistic sounds I had heard. If Brayden was a werewolf, what about the others? Did they know? And what exactly did mate mean? Brayden had never asked me to be his girlfriend, so my previous assumption was clearly wrong. Mate and girlfriend seemed to be different concepts to them. I remembered the book mentioned mates, something about a higher power pairing werewolves for companionship and family. But wasn't that only for werewolves? I was human. Or was I? There was just too much information to take in. Hailey? Please say something. I felt a nudge. I had been lost in thought for too long. Are you not feeling well? Where do you feel pain? Your head? Arm? Brayden started checking my head and lifting my arm, making sure I was okay. I'm calling the pack doctor, he said. A few minutes later, there was a knock at the door. I startled at the sudden sound. It's okay. It's just the doctor, Brayden whispered, stroking my back to calm me down. Beta. It was a woman's voice. Amy, Brayden acknowledged. I gripped his hand tighter. It's okay. I called her to examine your injuries. I'll be right here with you. I felt someone else reach for my hand, and I flinched. It's just Amy. She won't hurt you, and I'm right here. Brayden's voice was a steady comfort. Amy began her examination, checking my shoulder, my head, and finally my eyes. The scratches on her arms and legs are recovering. The shoulder will take a little longer to heal fully, Amy reported in a professional tone. The bump on her head will go down soon. Her eyes and nerves are undamaged. As soon as the pressure from the swelling fades, she will regain her sight. Do you feel pain anywhere? Amy asked. I shook my head. She prescribed some ointment and medication, then left the room. Are you tired? Do you want to rest? Brayden asked, his hand grazing my cheek. I shook my head. I'm hungry. Can I have something to eat? Okay. Stay on the bed. I'll be back soon. Brayden gave me a quick kiss on the forehead and left. I sat there, hugging my knees to my chest. I was starting to feel like a burden, first the legend of the creature, and now being blind and needing constant care. I had so many questions for him about werewolves, mates, and why he had pushed me away before. I was deep in thought when the door creaked open. Brayden? No, it's me. Chloe. She sat on the edge of the bed and took my hand. I'm sorry, Hailey. I should have told you everything sooner instead of letting you find out this way. We failed to protect you. Chloe, it's not your fault. We couldn't have predicted this. I shouldn't have run away. I forced a smile. I'm actually happy because Brayden finally cares about me again. He does, Chloe said, her voice brightening. He wouldn't let anyone in this room while you were unconscious. He refused to eat or sleep. I even wondered if he'd bathed. You should probably persuade him to go clean up. He'll listen to you because you're his mate. He's finally accepting it. What exactly is a mate? I asked. In simple terms, it means soulmate, Chloe explained. Fated to be with you, to love and protect you. For humans, partners can change, but for werewolves, a mate is the only one. It's forever. Are you a werewolf too? Chloe laughed. Yes, we all are. Aiden, Ava, Chase, Madison, Alexander, Jaden, Nathan, many of the people at school, too. So, Aiden is your mate? Yep, she replied cheerfully. But that book said werewolves only match with other werewolves, I said quietly. Am I even human anymore? Chloe sighed. Hailey, we aren't entirely sure. We're still investigating. The legend of the creature is something we are only just beginning to understand. Jaden and the others are researching it now. Okay. Suddenly, my stomach rumbled. I felt embarrassed, but then the sensation changed. My heart started racing, and I could feel my pulse thrumming through my veins. Hailey? Chloe's voice sounded far away. I felt a strange surge of energy. I lunged toward her, pinning her to the bed and letting out a fierce sound. "Hailey, it's me, Chloe," she shouted. I was about to snap at her when someone dashed into the room and moved me away. "Chloe, are you okay?" A man's voice called out. I growled at the figures in the room. "Brayden, be careful," someone warned. I looked at the person approaching me. I growled, but he didn't stop. "Hailey, it's okay. It's just me, Brayden." He knelt in front of me and reached out. Without thinking, I lunged and bit into his shoulder. "Brayden!" The others cried out. I felt my teeth pierce his skin. The taste of copper filled my mouth. Wait, what was I doing? I quickly released him and backed away into the corner. Silence filled the room. I was sitting on the cold floor, my vision still dark. I licked my lips and tasted blood. "Hailey? Brayden?" I reached out, my hands trembling. Someone came forward and pulled me into a tight embrace. "You came back. You came back to me," Brayden whispered into my neck. I reached out to touch him, and he flinched when my hand brushed his right shoulder. I felt something wet. "Are you bleeding? You're hurt. Why are you hurt?" Then I remembered the taste in my mouth. I remembered what had happened back at the house. I scrambled away from him until my back hit the wall. I was the one who did it. I am a monster. Chapter 13. Hailey's POV. "Hailey," tears started flowing out of my eyes. "Don't touch me." I moved away when I felt Brayden reaching for my arm. "Don't come near me. I'm a monster. I did horrible things. I hurt you for the second time." Tears flowed freely down my cheeks. I had hurt him twice now. How could I do this? I hurt the person I cared for most. "Please don't cry. It's bad for your eyes." Brayden pulled me into a hug and pleaded in my ear. "Brayden." I grabbed his shirt tightly and buried my face in his chest. I kept on crying, and he just held me, stroking my back. "Everything will be fine. I promise. Just trust me," he said softly. I didn't know I had attacked Chloe as well until they told me later. I couldn't believe I had turned on my friend. I didn't even remember what had happened. Was I starting to lose my humanity? I sat in the room alone after Brayden went to clean his injury. Just the thought of me hurting him made my heart ache. How did everything end up like this? "Hailey, I brought you some food. Spaghetti, garlic bread, and orange juice. Is that okay?" The door opened, and Brayden's voice filled the room. I wiped my eyes and managed a nod, not trusting my voice. Brayden carried me carefully to the sofa and placed the utensils in my hands, guiding me to the plate. The room went quiet, save for the sound of me eating. "Brayden, have you eaten?" I realized I was the only one eating. Even though I couldn't see, I could feel him watching me. "I will eat later. Don't worry about me. Just finish your food." I ate the rest in silence. "I'm full." I put the fork down with a small clink. "Sorry." A few silent moments passed. "Brayden?" He didn't answer, but I knew he was still there. I felt the seat dip as he sat beside me. He held my face and turned it gently toward him. I felt something warm against my lips. He was kissing me, his tongue grazing my mouth. My heart hammered against my ribs, and my whole body tensed up, unsure of how to respond. When he pulled away, the feeling of the kiss still lingered. "You had some sauce on your mouth," Brayden said casually. Oh, sorry." I quickly wiped my mouth with my hand, feeling my face heat up. How's your injury?" I asked after a moment. "Don't worry about it. I heal fast. It will be gone within hours." "Within hours? Is that a werewolf thing?" "Yes. We heal much quicker than humans." "Can you tell me more about werewolves?" I asked nervously, fidgeting with my fingers. "Werewolves are born, not made," he began. "We are very protective and possessive. We can change into a wolf whenever we like, though if we get too angry, the change can happen uncontrollably. We're stronger and faster than humans, and we don't get sick. Our group is called the Red Blood Pack. A leader, the Alpha, leads every pack. Then there's a second in command, the Beta, and a third, the Gamma. Jaden is the Alpha, I'm the Beta, and Aiden is the Gamma. Jaden makes the major decisions, Aiden handles training, and I provide strategy and advice. I nodded, listening intently. Within a pack, there's a pack link that allows us to communicate through our minds, he continued. He hadn't mentioned mates yet, so I decided to bring it up. Then, what about mates? I bit my lip as soon as the question left my mouth. Don't do that, Brayden said suddenly. Do what? Biting your lip. Don't do that. His voice sounded low and strained. I felt a flutter of embarrassment. I heard him sigh before he moved closer, wrapping his arm around my shoulder and pulling me back to rest against his chest. A mate is a werewolf's other half. Once you find them, it's forever. You can't choose or change your partner. Are you happy that I'm your mate? I asked quietly. It was all predetermined by a higher power. I wondered if he felt forced into it. If he had a choice, would he have chosen the woman from the fight instead? He had loved her once, hadn't he? You will stay with me, he replied. It was an indirect answer that left my emotions tangled. Was he just accepting fate, or did he actually want me there? How do you know I'm the one? There could be better people. A low sound vibrated through his chest, a growl of unhappiness at my words. I know because of your scent, and I confirmed it the moment we made eye contact. My scent. I lifted a lock of my hair and sniffed it. I just smelled like medicine. I started sniffing my own arms in a panic, wondering if I smelled bad. I heard him let out a small chuckle, a rare sound. It was such a shame I couldn't see his face. Everyone has a unique scent, he explained, pulling my hands back to my lap. A mate's scent stands out above everyone else's. When two werewolves lock eyes, they know instantly. It's an instinct. Because you're human, you felt the bond as a sudden, unexplainable attraction. But the book said werewolves only pair with their own kind. I'm human. I'm probably not really your mate. Brayden growled again and pulled me tighter. You are mine. You are my mate. I wouldn't be wrong about that. He sounded genuinely upset at the suggestion. I tried to change the subject to lighten the mood. What do I smell like to you? Peaches and apples. Like sweet fruit. He nuzzled into my neck, taking a deep breath. I turned around and tried to sniff him back, but I could only smell his cologne. He laughed and pulled me back into his arms. You can't pick up my unique scent with a human nose, silly girl. After another silence, I asked, what else is there about mates? Usually, Brayden paused. After mates find each other, the male will mark the female within a few days to complete the bond. What does it mean to mark someone? A mark is like a bite. He traced a finger down my neck and stopped at a sensitive spot, making me shiver. Right here on your neck. It makes you officially mine. A mate link is created, allowing me to feel your emotions and hear your thoughts even from a distance. And as for completing the bond, that involves physical intimacy. Chapter 14. I could feel my cheeks heating up. How could he be saying it so naturally and casually? I felt so embarrassed all of a sudden. Did he have to be so blunt? Luckily, I couldn't see his expression. Otherwise, I would feel even more self-conscious. I tried to stop my racing thoughts as a warmth spread through my body. What would happen if I changed into that creature after Brayden had marked me? Would he be affected? Would I continue to harm him? What if the only way to stop the legend was to end it? What would happen to Brayden then? I wondered why fate had paired me with him. He deserved someone better, someone who wasn't a threat. What should I do? What are you thinking about? Brayden asked. Brayden, what would happen if you marked me and I changed? You would be paired with someone who could become a monster. I don't want that. I don't want to hurt anyone, especially you. If something happens to me before I'm marked, could you find another partner? I knew Chloe said werewolves only have one mate, but I hoped for an exception for him. If we weren't fully bonded, maybe he could have a second chance. Even though it hurt to think of him with another, I wanted him to be happy. If I ever became a danger to the people I loved, Auntie Clara, my friends, or him, I wouldn't want to live with that guilt. What are you talking about? Brayden shouted, his voice thick with emotion. I will not let anyone hurt you. I accept you exactly as you are, no matter what happens. But Brayden, he wouldn't let me finish. I felt his lips press against mine, warm and soft. I was so nervous, my heart was hammering in my chest. I had never been kissed like this before. Suddenly, I was being lifted onto his lap. I reached around his neck, holding him close as I followed his lead. My mind went blank, and I could only focus on the sensation of being near him. A wave of happiness and comfort washed over me. When he finally pulled away, I was breathless. I felt Brayden's hand brush my cheek. At this moment, I wished so badly that I had my sight, just to see the look on his face. Did this mean he truly had feelings for me? We sat quietly for a while, just enjoying the closeness. So, Chloe and Aiden are partners? And Alexander with Madison, Chase with Ava? I asked, seeking confirmation. Yes, the girls have been marked too. That explained the small marks I had seen on their necks. Chloe had told me hers was just a tattoo, so I hadn't questioned the others. Brayden, can you change into your wolf? I want to feel your fur again. I requested after a moment. Sure. Brayden placed me back on the sofa and stood up. I heard him moving furniture, then a few familiar sounds of shifting. Suddenly, something soft nudged my hand. I reached out and touched thick, silky fur. I stroked him gently, smiling as I felt him purr under my touch. I loved the feeling of his fur, it was so smooth. I felt a little sad when he eventually moved away. Both of you are getting along too well, Brayden said after he had changed back. His voice sounded a little playful, yet slightly envious of his own wolf. I love your wolf, I said with a wide smile. He loves you, too, Brayden replied, sounding a bit flustered. I giggled at the tone of his voice. You should take your medicine now. Brayden changed the subject and handed me my pills with a glass of warm water. I took them obediently. You need to change your bandages, too. Let's get you cleaned up. Brayden suddenly lifted me. I froze. What did he mean? Was he going to help me bathe? He set me on my feet in the bathroom. Wait here. Don't move. I heard him getting things ready. Okay, let's get started, and I'll help you with the ointment afterward. My eyes widened. I felt him start to help me with my shirt. He seemed completely unfazed, acting as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Wait, I said, gripping my shirt tightly. I can handle the bath part. Why not? I'm just not used to, well, help with this, I said, my face burning. I can manage. Just tell me where everything is. Okay, fine. But you must call for me if you need help. I will be just outside. I felt a wave of relief. He showed me where everything was and stepped out. It took me a long time to feel my way around, but I managed. When I was done, I called for him, and he carried me back to the bed to apply the cream Amy had prescribed. Hailey, I need to reach your shoulder to apply the cream, Brayden said. I swallowed hard. I knew he was still blaming himself for my injuries and wanted to be the one to take care of me. He carefully moved my shirt aside to reach the mark. I kept myself covered as he gently applied the cream and replaced the bandage. The area didn't hurt nearly as much as before. You should rest. Brayden helped me finish dressing and tucked me into bed. I reached out and caught his hand. Will you stay? I didn't want to be alone. I will. Go to sleep. I'm just going to tidy up and then I'll be back. Okay. He gave me a quick kiss on my forehead before leaving the room. I heard the clinking of the plates as he took them away. I closed my eyes and within minutes drifted into a peaceful sleep. Chapter 15. Is it morning already? I blinked a few times, but all I could see was darkness. I shifted from my current position and wanted to sit up in bed when I felt something holding me down. I twisted and turned to face the other side. The moment I turned, I was pressed against a hard, warm wall. I ran my fingers down the surface. Hailey, I would suggest you stop whatever you are doing. Otherwise, things might get very intimate right here on this bed. Brayden's voice sounded husky, probably because he had just woken up. I immediately stopped and kept my hands to myself. I felt Brayden getting up from the bed and pulling me along. We have to wash up. Jaden wants to talk to us, Brayden said as he led me to the bathroom. He passed me a toothbrush with toothpaste on it. Brayden even helped me wash my face. I wondered how I looked without any makeup, hoping I didn't look too pale. Brayden held my waist as we walked out of the room. I was pretty nervous. I had hardly spoken to Jaden, who I found quite intimidating. He was a natural leader, an alpha, and he had a very strong presence. Hailey, are you okay? You don't look good. Is your injury hurting? I should have called Amy to check on you. Brayden suddenly stopped and said, No. It's okay. I'm fine. I tried to reassure him with a smile. Are you sure? If you are in pain, you should tell me. Brayden sounded worried. I'm fine. My shoulder isn't hurting that much anymore. Don't worry. Brayden wrapped both arms around my waist and held me close to his chest, nuzzling the top of my head. Are you very positive that you are feeling okay? He asked for the third time. Yes, very positive. How many times do you need to ask me? I said. What about you? Your shoulder. It's healing, he replied. I frowned. But didn't you say werewolves heal fast? I waited for his reply, but there wasn't one. I was about to speak again when I heard someone calling me. Hailey. Chloe? Yeah. Chloe held my hands. How are you feeling today? Fine. Perfectly fine. I knew they were concerned, but I wondered how many times I would have to answer that. I really wished I had the pack link so I could tell everyone at once that I was okay. Let's go then. Jaden is waiting for us. Aiden's voice joined in. An arm held firmly on my waist and guided me. After a short walk, we stopped, and I heard a knock. Come in. The door opened, and Brayden guided me to a sofa. I gripped his hand tightly. I felt safer having him there. Let's get started. The purpose of this meeting is to discuss Hailey's situation. Before we start, I want to know exactly what happened the other day. Chloe, start first, Jaden said in a very serious tone. The room was filled with tension. Brayden has been very protective of Hailey, but I was worried about her, Chloe began. I went into the room when Brayden was in the kitchen. I was talking to her when she began to feel unwell. After a while, her eyes turned vivid red. She didn't seem to recognize me when she lunged forward. I have a feeling the other side of her had taken over at that point. I could feel them looking at me. Brayden squeezed my hand, assuring me it was okay. Hailey, did you feel that shift happening on purpose, or did you not know it was going to happen? Jaden's voice was powerful, demanding an explanation. He was protecting his group, and I knew I had been a threat. I wasn't sure how it happened. It was different from the first time. What do you mean by different? You mean that wasn't your first experience of losing control? Jaden questioned. Jaden, I don't think the number of times is the issue right now, Brayden said, trying to cover for me. No, Brayden. I need to know every detail. If things are getting out of hand, I need to be ready to take measures to protect my people, even if it means extreme steps. Jaden was serious. I didn't protest, but Brayden growled and moved in front of me. I felt him place his arm protectively across my legs. Brayden, control yourself. Otherwise, my wolf will take it as a challenge, Jaden warned. I stroked Brayden's back gently to calm him down, then spoke. The first time was at Auntie Clara's house. I attacked Brayden. I knew it was him, but my body moved on its own. The second time with Chloe, I have no memory of it. Both times I felt pain, and my breathing got uneven, then I just snapped. What else happened when you were kidnapped? Jaden asked. That old man told me everything would be revealed on my birthday. They took my blood and injected a red liquid into me. I think it was blood, but I don't know whose. When is your birthday? August 20th. About a month from now. I will be 21. The ancient story mentioned a change on the 21st birthday. If Hailey is on that same timeline, we have a month left to find a solution, Aiden said. If they took Hailey's blood and gave her someone else's, then who has her blood now? Aiden asked. Robert Miller. Brayden mentioned the name with pure hatred. That's it. Robert Miller might be trying to fulfill that legend for his own gain, Aiden suggested. He might be trying to gain control over that power through the exchange of blood. He's waiting for her birthday, so he can use that strength to attack other groups and take their land. In that case, can we use a similar method? Aiden continued. Since Brayden and Hailey are partners, an exchange of blood might strengthen their bond and override outside influences. It seems she regains herself when she tastes Brayden's blood. Does marking her help too? Chloe asked. The bond would be strengthened with the link. Brayden could communicate with her more deeply. I was getting a headache just listening to the possibilities. We had so many questions and no certain answers. These are all guesses. We need more information, Jaden said. Chloe, take Hailey out. I have something to discuss with Brayden and Aiden privately. I held Brayden tightly, not wanting to leave. I will find you later. Brayden kissed my head and handed me over to Chloe. Just as the door closed, I heard Jaden ask a final question. Are you ready to mark her? Chapter 16. Are you ready to mark her? Since Aiden had marked Chloe, Jaden's question was most likely directed at Brayden. However, I didn't manage to hear Brayden's answer as the door closed behind me. Chloe and I started walking away from the room. I started wondering what answer Brayden would give. In that question, it sounded as if there were a hidden meaning. Does it have to do with Brayden's past? If Brayden is willing to mark me, should I let him? Should I take the risk? Our predictions might be wrong. I might change completely. I might lose all humanity. If they have no choice but to take extreme measures, what would happen to Brayden? Hailey, are you alright? Chloe squeezed my hand. Yes, I'm fine. What are you thinking about? Chloe asked. Chloe, what will happen if a partner passes away? I asked. Chloe stopped walking suddenly. Hailey, you are not thinking about anything drastic, are you? Chloe sounded sad when she asked that. I'm just wondering. If exchanging blood or marking doesn't work, and the only way to protect others is to end my life, what will happen to Brayden? I asked. Hailey, we will be able to find a solution. Promise me. No matter what happens, please don't give up. Chloe hugged me tightly, and I hugged her back. I promise you. But I want to be prepared for the worst, I said. I heard Chloe sigh. Hailey, he wouldn't be able to bear it. Wolves are loyal. As I mentioned before, we have only one partner in our entire lives. If that person is gone, we don't just move on. A partner is someone very special. Some wolves don't even get to meet theirs. I know Brayden is actually happy that he met you. He probably doesn't know how to express it, Chloe said. I nodded in response. Chloe continued to guide me. She informed me that we were heading down the stairs. I grabbed the railing as I walked. I could hear laughter nearby. Maddie, are you sure you are going to bake a cake? Someone said. I believed that voice belonged to Alexander because only he would call Madison Maddie. Don't underestimate me. I will bake the most delicious cake. Madison started boasting. Another voice started laughing. I swear that is the funniest thing I've heard. That would most likely be Chase. Hailey? Suddenly, the surroundings became very quiet. Oh my God. Hailey. Madison squealed in delight and gave me a huge hug. Calm down, Maddie. You are going to overwhelm her, Alexander said, and I felt someone pull Madison away from me. Then, someone came and held my hand. Hailey, how are you feeling? We were so worried. This gentle voice must be Ava. I'm getting better. Don't worry. I planted a smile on my face. Ava hugged me gently. I'm sorry, Hailey, Ava said softly. Hey, what are you apologizing for? We should have been there. We shouldn't have let you get hurt. Ava sounded as if she was going to cry. I'm fine now. Don't blame yourself for this. I patted her back. Okay, everybody must be happy. I will bake the most fantastic cake to cheer you guys up. Madison shouted. I laughed out loud when I heard the guys groan. Hailey, sit here. Chloe led me to a chair. But before I could say anything, I felt Chloe's hand leave mine, and I heard footsteps getting further away. I was sitting in a chair with nothing to do. They were probably in the kitchen. I could hear laughter and chattering. I felt left out. I wanted to help too. I knew I couldn't see, but I wanted to join the fun. I stood up and tried to find the way to the kitchen. Cautiously, I took a step forward. I let my hands slide across the furniture to find support. After a bit, my hands were reaching through the air. I was walking steadily, and their voices were getting louder. I presumed I was getting nearer. Just as I took another step, I stepped on something slippery. I lost my balance. I frantically reached out for something to grab. I cried out as I felt my entire body falling. My head hit the ground with a loud thud. Hailey! Hailey! I could hear everyone calling my name as they rushed over. Hailey! They continued yelling. I wanted to respond, but the pain in my head made it hard to focus. My body was aching. "Hailey!" Someone yelled worriedly. I could hear the footsteps quicken. "Hailey! Hailey!" I felt someone pick me up and pull me into his arms. "Brayden!" I said his name softly. "Where does it hurt? Are you back?" "Your head," Brayden asked. I frowned at the pain. "I'm calling Amy to check on you." Brayden lifted me and began walking. He was taking me back to his room. I must have lost consciousness, because the next thing I knew, I was in his arms in the room. In the darkness, I felt someone holding my hand and stroking my cheek. The owner of those hands was talking to me. I could hear faint voices. "I failed to protect you. I always let you get hurt. How could you possibly love someone like me? I love you, silly. You must have been so sad when I pushed you away." "Yes, I was. It was heartbreaking. How can I make it up to you?" "You can request anything. I will get it for you." "Really? We could go to the amusement park. We could have movie marathons. We could go to the beach or have a picnic. We could just stay in bed on rainy days. We could walk in the park or build a snowman. We could fly a kite together." "Will you stay by my side?" Brayden asked. "I will." My eyes fluttered open. Sunlight shone into the room. My blurry vision started to clear. "Hailey?" I turned my head. This was the face I had been dying to see. I looked into his blue eyes and felt that pull immediately. I smiled at him. "How are you feeling? Does it hurt anywhere?" Brayden asked gently. I shook my head, my eyes focused on him. "I miss seeing you. Just let me look at you a little longer." As I looked at him, I saw how haggard he was. He clearly hadn't slept. He had dark circles and hadn't shaved. "You can see me. You regained your sight." Brayden's eyes widened. I nodded and smiled. He immediately pulled me into a hug. "Brayden, it hurts." My body was still sore from the fall. He immediately let go, looking regretful. "It's okay," I said, keeping my smile. Brayden held his hand to my cheek. I leaned into it. "I love you." Chapter 17. I looked at Brayden in surprise. Did he just say he loves me? Tears filled my eyes. How long had I been waiting for this day? Was he serious? He wasn't joking, was he? He really loved me. Brayden leaned forward and kissed my forehead softly. I closed my eyes as he kissed my left eyelid. Both of his hands held my neck as he moved to my lips. Our kiss was slow and gentle. When he pulled away, I saw his eyes had turned pitch black for a fleeting second. He turned away and closed his eyes, letting them return to their usual blue before looking at me again. I smiled sweetly at him, and he returned it. "This is the first time I've seen you smile," I said. Brayden moved forward and wrapped his arms around me. "Are you still feeling pain anywhere?" he asked. "Just a bit of an ache. Nothing serious." I felt as though I was recovering from my injuries remarkably fast. Brayden frowned and pushed me gently back onto the bed, tucking the blanket around me. "You should rest more," he said firmly. "But I feel like getting up." "How is the cake?" Madison said she was going to bake the best one in the universe. I thought of Chloe and the others. I hadn't seen them in the room. It was just Brayden and me. He heaved a sigh. "Don't worry about them. Just rest." He didn't sound very happy when I mentioned the others. "What's wrong?" "They should have taken better care of you," he said, a flash of hurt in his eyes. "It's not their fault. I should have been more careful." "Don't be angry with them," I pleaded, giving him my best puppy dog eyes. "Besides, isn't it a good thing I got my sight back?" Brayden sighed. "It was ironic. I lost my sight in a fight but regained it because of a fall." "It's good that you can see, but the falling part? I don't like that." He frowned slightly. "Maybe I should ask Amy to check on you." "I'm fine. If I don't feel well, I'll tell you." "Okay." We stared at each other, neither of us backing down. I raised an eyebrow, challenging him. Brayden groaned and looked away. "Fine," he replied reluctantly. I smiled widely at him. "But if you are in pain, you must tell me." It wasn't a request, it was an order. "Promise." After a while, I shifted to the side to make space. I patted the mattress, signaling for him to lie down. "You should rest too. You look tired." Brayden climbed onto the bed. I wanted to face him, but he gently turned me so my back was to him, pulling me close against his chest with his arm over my waist. "Sleep now," he said with quiet authority. I smiled to myself. His protectiveness was so attractive. I closed my eyes and soon fell asleep soundly. When I woke up, it was evening. Brayden was still asleep, looking exhausted. I decided to let him rest while I went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. I carefully lifted his hand from my waist, but I was trapped between him and the wall. The only way out was to climb over him. I hoped he wouldn't wake up. It would be so awkward. I used my right hand to grab the edge of the bed and started to move. Just as I was halfway over, a pair of arms grabbed my waist and flipped me over. I landed on the bed with an oof. "What are you doing?" Brayden was on top of me, trapping me with his arms. He looked at me with a hint of amusement. I wanted to get up. To wash up. And dinner. Because of our position, I was getting nervous. I caught him smirking at me. I liked this version of Brayden. He was happier and not as cold. "Can you get off?" Why? I like this position. When did he learn how to tease like this? I pouted. Without warning, Brayden kissed me. He shifted our position so I was sitting on his lap, my legs straddling his waist. I placed my arms around his neck while his hands rested on my hips. He moved his kisses to my neck, and I felt my body getting warmer. "Hailey, go wash up." Brayden stopped abruptly and set me on the ground. He looked away and pushed me lightly toward the bathroom. He was acting a bit strange. I went to take a shower. When I finished, I realized I hadn't brought fresh clothes. I wrapped myself in a towel and peeked out. Brayden was gone, but a pile of fresh clothes, including undergarments, was on the bed. I blushed, realizing he had picked them out for me. Just as I finished putting on my undergarments, I heard the door click. Someone let out a low sound behind me. I tried to grab my towel, but within seconds, I was pinned to the bed. He buried his face in my neck, breathing hard. When he looked at me, his eyes were dark with intensity. "Brayden." He kissed me, his hands moving with a sense of urgency. I was breathless. "I'm going to take a shower," Brayden said suddenly, standing up and heading for the bathroom. I sat up, lost for words. I shook off the confusion, put on my clothes, and headed to the kitchen. On my way, I saw the group in the living room. "Hey, guys." Madison was on Alexander's lap, and the others were on the long sofa. Madison jumped up and ran to me. "Hailey, are you okay?" "I'm so sorry about the flour on the floor. I didn't know you'd step on it." "Don't worry. I'm fine now. I can see again." "You can?" Madison waved her hand in front of my face and hugged me tightly. Chloe and Ava joined the hug, and I assured them I was okay. I went to the kitchen and began gathering the ingredients. I was busy cutting when a pair of strong arms circled my waist from behind. "I'm sorry." Chapter 18. I'm sorry. I lost control. Brayden wrapped his arms around me and nuzzled into the crook of my neck. I put down the knife that I was holding and turned to face Brayden. "You regretted it?" I was sure that my tears were forming in my eyes. I knew our conversation might lead to something else if Brayden didn't stop. However, deep down inside me, I didn't really mind it. I was probably anticipating it. The moment he just left me hanging there, I felt rejected. "You don't want me?" I bit my bottom lip and waited for Brayden's answer nervously. No, once that word left his mouth, I looked up at him, feeling hurt. I believed the tears that had gathered in my eyes were rolling down. "No. Brayden scratched the back of his head, frustratedly. "I don't mean that I don't want you. I don't want to rush you into things when you are not ready." I nodded my head silently and stared at the ground. I couldn't stop myself from crying. Brayden cupped my cheeks and lifted my face to look at him. He wiped off my tears using his thumb. "Hailey, why?" He called out my name softly. "I understand." I got too emotional. "I'm sorry." I wiped off the remaining tears and forced out a smile. "You go outside and sit with the others. I will call you when I finish preparing our dinner." I pushed Brayden out of the kitchen before focusing on the cooking. All the time I was preparing dinner, Brayden stood outside the kitchen, watching me. I was too busy concentrating on cooking, and I didn't really notice him. As I finished cooking and was about to take the dishes out to the dining table, I saw him standing there. He took the dishes from my hand and placed them on the dining table. I went to scoop 2 bowls of rice and put them on the dining table. I didn't cook a lot. I just cooked around 3 dishes of Chinese food. Guys, have you eaten? I cooked dinner. Do you guys want some? I walked over to the living room where Chloe and the others were. Sure. I'm hungry too. Alexander stood up from the sofa together with Madison. Great. I go and scoop more bowls of rice. I headed back to the kitchen and took out more bowls to scoop rice for them. Hailey, go and eat. I'll do it. Brayden came up to me and took the bowl from my hand. It's okay. I can do it. You should be hungry already. Just go and eat. I will be there soon. I grabbed the bowl from his hand and continued scooping the rice. However, Brayden didn't leave. He just waited for me to finish digging, and he carried the bowls of rice out. We went to the dining table and ate with the others. Brayden pulled out the chair and sat beside me. All of us started eating. After we finished, the guys volunteered to wash the dishes. Some of the girls went back to their room, some went to do their own stuff. I went out to the garden and took a walk. I had stayed in this house for so long, but I had not really explored the area. I wandered in such a huge mansion other than Brayden and the others. Was there anyone staying here too? At my place, aside from Jaden, Chloe, Ava, Madison, Aiden, Chase, and Brayden, I hardly see anyone else. Brayden didn't tell me how many werewolves were in the pack. Other than the building I was staying in, there were other buildings around too. I went for a tour outside the main house. I was walking across the garden. Who are you? Someone came out from one of the buildings and growled fiercely at me. I startled at the sudden voice and looked around. There were like 2 to 3 men standing behind me. I mean no harm. I was just looking around. The guys didn't look as intimidating as Jaden, but they still seemed pretty scary to me. Looking around? One of the guys looked around the area and turned back to me. He looked at me suspiciously. The guy sniffed the air and stared at me. You are a Huma.N. The guy looked disbelieving at that fact. How did you get here? The guy narrowed his eyes at me. What should I say? Should I say that I'm Brayden's mate? But they don't seem to know that Brayden has a mate. Probably, he didn't want anyone to know. I felt kind of hurt at the thought of it. Should I say that I'm a friend of Chloe? Will they believe me? They might be upset if I say I'm a turning beast. I'm leaving already. I was about to walk away before the guy stopped me. Not so fast. The other 2 guys moved swiftly and stood in front of me, blocking my exit. How did you enter the house? The guy asked me. What should I reply? Ethan? What's going on? A female walked out of the building and headed towards the guy who was asking me questions. Sophia, get back into the house. So this Ethan guy told Sophia, but his eyes never left mine. Sophia looked at him with a puzzled expression, then turned to me and back to him. Who is she? Sophia asked Ethan. Ethan shrugged his shoulders. Trying to find out now, Ethan replied. He pushed her behind him and held onto her hip. They were probably mates. Ethan was protecting her from me, thinking that I was a threat. I really mean no harm. I'm a friend of Chloe. Because there are some issues, I'm currently staying here. I decided to use the friend reason. Ethan raised his eyebrow and looked at me with a debating look. He was trying to figure out whether I was lying or not. If you don't believe me, you can go and ask Chloe. We can go together. I said. I didn't want to make any enemies. I was Brayden's mate, and it would be better if I were on good terms with the people here. I started making my way to the main house. I walked past the 2 guys who were blocking my way and asked them to follow me. Looking at them clearly, they all have toned skin. Ethan looked more buff than the other 2. Ethan had black short hair. His eyes were small and brown. As for the other 2, one had brown hair and a long fringe that covered one eye. I looked into his other eye and saw it was green. The other has golden hair. He also has bigger and rounder eyes. His eyes were golden in color. Out of the 3, this guy looked friendlier. What are your names? I asked the 2 of them. Both of them looked at each other, and then looked at me again. I'm Hailey. I introduced myself first. They might have been afraid I was a threat, so they were cautious about telling me their names. Landon. The one with brown hair said, fidgeting awkwardly. I'm Brandon. The one with golden hair said, and he smiled at me. So I was right to say he was friendlier. Just as we were walking, I felt something weird bubbling inside me. This feeling. It can't be. Why out of the sudden? They might really think that I'm a threat to them. No, not now. How? I stopped suddenly and turned to them. I took a few steps back to put some distance between us. I just remembered they probably are sleeping already. Why don't we meet tomorrow? I was trying to make up some excuses to leave them. I didn't want to hurt them. I wasn't sure what would happen if I turned into a beast. I felt that as the days grew closer, the beast grew stronger and came out more often. Are you trying to escape? Ethan came up to me and asked. No. I dropped to my knees and clenched my shirt as I breathed deeply. Stay away from me, I forced the words out of my mouth. Suddenly, they started growling at me. Ethan. A female voice shouted across the garden. Then I heard footsteps running towards us. Sophia. Didn't I tell you to stay in the house? Ethan said. I'm just worried. I want to know what's going on. Sophia said. She seemed like the type of person who was curious about anything and everything. I could see Ethan shielding Sophia behind him, and they stared intensely at me. She suddenly smells different, from something sweet to something. Landon wrinkled his nose a little. Unpleasant. I was shocked by that comment. No one mentioned that before. So when my beast was coming out, I would smell differently. I must get away from them. I started crawling away from them. I twisted and turned as I tried to drag my body across the grass patch. I could feel my sweat dripping down. They growled directly at me. How dare they growl at me? I turned my head and stared at them. I could sense a bit of fear emitting from them when they looked at me. That's right. You should be scared of me. I smirked at them and stood up from the ground. I growled fiercely at them. I looked at the guys surrounding me, and my eyes landed on this one. He was protecting this girl by shielding her with his body. Protecting her. Note my sarcasm. I didn't need protection. I just needed to show them my strength. I extended my black furry claws. I rubbed my nose and bared my teeth, anticipating the confrontation. I grinned at this Ethan guy before launching myself towards him. Ethan pushed her away, and she screamed out his name loudly. Just when Ethan got distracted, I used my claws to attack and knocked him back. He fell to the ground from the force of the strike. Ethan. His mate dashed towards him immediately and held him. Sophia, get into the house. Ethan screamed at his mate, commanding her to go somewhere safe. She shook her head and clung tightly to him. That's right. No one is going to leave. Then I heard two deep growls coming from behind me. I spun around to see two big brown wolves. So they want to play too, huh? I don't mind, the more the merrier. The wolf with green eyes pounced onto me. I swung my arm and sent him tumbling across the garden. His wolfy body landed on the ground with a thud. Then, the wolf with golden eyes charged towards me and knocked me down to the ground. He growled at me, showing his canines. I swung my arm and pushed him away from me. A wolf that was behind me jumped and struck my shoulder. I turned my body and shook it off. I growled at them as I observed the surroundings. They were in their wolf form. I was at a disadvantage with a human body. The time hadn't reached yet, and I couldn't fully take over this body. However, one good thing was that I could still recover faster than any other normal wolf. I shook out my shoulder as it recovered. The wolf that jumped on me was much smaller than the others. It could be Sophia. When I moved her away, the wolf with brown eyes ran towards her. More wolves gathered in the garden. They were all staring at me and growling fiercely. When I thought some of them were going to make a move on me, they stopped abruptly. A strong smell started filling my nose. I turned around cautiously to look at the humans who were approaching us. The humans stood in front of me and kept a distance away. The wolves moved to stand beside or behind them. Hailey. One of the humans walked up to me and closed the distance. I growled at him as he approached me. A few of the wolves took a threatening step forward. However, one of the guys stopped them. He was probably the leader of the pack. I could feel a powerful force emanating from him. Hailey, The man who was standing in front of me called that human girl's name. I know you can hear me. I know you can recognize me. Please come back to me. Who does he think he is? I reached for him, my sharp claws making contact with his skin. If I used more strength, I could easily overpower him. However, he wasn't moving. He didn't even try to defend himself. Instead, he continued to stand at the same spot and looked into my eyes. Hailey, it's me. Brayden. You don't have to be afraid. I'm here now. Nobody will hurt you. Trust me. He looked at me with a pair of eyes filled with sincerity. He was making me feel self-conscious. I slowly loosened my grip and continued to stare at him. No, I'm a beast. I'm supposed to fight. Kindness? Huh, what is that? I don't need all that. I'm supposed to be a beast without any feelings. That's right. I am a fierce beast. I wanted to see them retreat, not show me this affection. I pushed him back and pinned him to the ground. I could hear people around us gasping. I lifted my head to look at those audiences and back to him. Hailey, stop calling. I'm not Hailey. I'm not. I snarled at him, but that doesn't even frighten him. You won't hurt me. How can you be so sure about it? He was wrong. I will. I felt myself losing concentration. I shook my head and stared at him. The moment I looked into his eyes, I felt different. I felt warmth, happiness, and a sense of belonging. How is that possible? I have a connection. I looked at my furry claws. It was turning from black to snowy white and then to Brayden. I saw an image of Brayden before everything faded into darkness. Chapter 19. I was in the dark alone. I kept on running and occasionally, I would turn my head to look behind. There was a group of wolves chasing after me. I screamed and shouted for help, but there wasn't anyone. I ran till I came up to this long-standing mirror. When I looked in the mirror, I saw my own reflection. However, the reflection started changing. Furs were grown on my arms and legs. My hands began changing into paws. My face, my eyes, my nose, my ears, my mouth. Everything was changing. I stood on the ground on my forepaws. My eyes were a deep red. My teeth were sharp. My whole aura felt intense. What's happening to me? I screamed out loud when I saw my appearance reflected in the mirror. Slowly, everything disappeared. My dear Hailey, I will be coming for you soon. A voice rang in my head. The tone sent a chill down my spine. I opened my eyes immediately, and I felt myself perspiring. Hailey? I turned my head to see Brayden coming towards me and sat on the side of the bed. I sat up in bed and threw myself at him, hugging him tightly. Brayden returned the hug and placed his chin on my shoulder. Brayden. I gripped him really tight, not wanting to let go of him. I'm here. Brayden patted lightly on my back. Brayden let out a sigh of relief. You're safe. You're back on my side, he said. What happened? I loosened my grip and moved backwards to create a comfortable space between us. I tried to remember what had happened. I remembered about Ethan, Landon, and Brandon. Then Sophia came. I wanted to show them that I know Chloe after that. Blink. I tried to recall what had happened next, but nothing came to mind. There was only one possibility. Did I change again? My voice was trembling when I asked that question. Brayden came forward and pressed my head against his chest. Did I hurt someone again? I quickly moved away from Brayden and checked whether there were any marks on him. My eyes landed on his neck. There were a few scratches on his neck. Tears were forming in my eyes. Brayden hugged me once again. I'm sorry for leaving you alone. I should have been with you. I shouldn't have left you alone. Brayden said. Why was he apologizing to me? I was the one who caused trouble. How are Ethan, Sophia, Landon, and Brandon? Are they okay? I looked at Brayden with my teary eyes. Brayden looked away from me and did not give me an answer. I want to go and see them. I flipped away the blanket that was covering me. I must have caused them trouble. How could I? Hailey, you just woke up. Brayden held me back. You need to rest. Brayden, please. I need to see them. I need to know if they are fine. I need to see them with my own eyes. Let me go and check on them. I looked at Brayden pleadingly. If I lose control while meeting them, then you just stop me until I'm calm. It's not that. Brayden looked at me with a pair of "I don't want you to go" eyes. I just want you to have more rest. Apparently, the transformation is eating up your energy. Otherwise, you wouldn't have fainted previously and yesterday. Hailey, please. You don't look well. Please rest for a while more. Brayden, I looked at Brayden. He seemed really worried. I must have frightened him yesterday. I lay down on the bed obediently and covered myself with the blanket to keep myself warm. I stretched out my hand and tugged on Brayden's hand. Lie down with me, I requested. Brayden made his way to my side and lay down beside me. I turned to face him and snuggled closer to him. Now sleep, Brayden commanded and pulled the blanket a little higher to cover me. I smiled at him before closing my eyes and resting. Just right before I drifted off, I felt a kiss land on my forehead. By the time I woke up, I believed it was already the next morning. My eyes fluttered open, and I tried to adjust to the bright sunlight that was lighting up the room. I turned my head around and matched my eyes with the guy I loved. I liked this morning. I liked this feeling of being able to look at the person you loved first thing in the morning. It seemed like I could look at him forever and I won't get sick of it. I was so attracted to his blue eyes. It totally mesmerized me. My heart started beating rapidly. Hailey. Brayden frowned a little while looking at me. I sat up in bed with him, doing the same thing as I did. I faced him and kept staring. Mine. I grabbed his shirt and pulled him closer to me. I leaned in and pressed my lips to his. I wrapped my arms around his neck and pulled him towards me. Our focus was entirely on each other. I could feel myself being lowered down to the bed. His presence was overwhelming. When we eventually pulled apart, I looked into his dark eyes and they were filled with intense emotion. I moved closer to him, leaning over him as we shared this quiet, intense moment. I leaned down, placing soft kisses along his neck and chest. I could hear his breathing change as I stayed close to him. Everything was peaceful before someone knocked on our door. I took a sniff at the air and caught a sweet scent. It was a feminine scent. I was correct to conclude that the person at the door was a female when she spoke. I felt a surge of possessiveness. I got down from the bed and marched towards the door. I was about to twist the doorknob to open the door when he hugged me tightly from behind. He leaned into my neck, his voice low. I need you, he whispered. I felt the same way. But that female, what does she want? I felt a flash of protective anger. I will not let anyone come between me and my mate. I turned around and faced him. Mine, you're mine, I said firmly. Yours, he replied, pulling me back into a deep embrace. He carried me back to the bed. Hailey, Hailey, he mumbled her name softly. No, look carefully. It's me. I am the strong presence within her. No, the one you should look at is me. I pulled back and looked at him. I'm your mate. He seemed to be in shock when I said that. He came up to me and hugged me. He stroked my hair gently when I lay on his chest. I felt a sense of belonging. This was a new emotion for me. I love you, he said. A smile formed on my face when he said that. I love her too, he continued. What? I stepped away and stared at him with wide eyes. Both of you are important to me, he said. No, I am the one. I grabbed his arms agitatedly. Hailey. No, I'm not just Hailey. I realized I didn't have a name. You are just the beast within. You don't have a name. He won't accept you as you are. He only loves the human side. A voice sounded in my head. What is that? No, that's not true. He said he loves me. Being locked inside for so long, that was the first time I felt recognized. I felt arms wrapped around me, giving me warmth. I need you. I need her too. Let her come back now, okay? He said. Did he want her more than me? But why? How could he? I felt a surge of determination. One day, I would be the only one he sees. My body was feeling weak. My legs had no energy left. I could feel myself swaying. As I was about to fall, a pair of strong arms held me tightly. I forced myself to keep my eyes open to look at that person. He looked worried. I smiled weakly at him. I'm tired, I said softly. I did not know what had happened. I was feeling very exhausted. Brayden lifted me and placed me gently on the bed. Sleep. I'm here with you, he said as he stroked my head gently. I smiled and closed my eyes to sleep, feeling safe and secure. Chapter 20. The next morning, I woke up at dawn. I sat up in bed slowly and reached out for the alarm clock on the side table. The clock read 6:13 a.m. I took a glance at Brayden, who was sleeping soundly, before I climbed down from the bed gently. I made sure not to wake him before I went into the bathroom. I washed up and headed down to the kitchen. I felt much better compared to yesterday. I decided to bake some cookies and bring them to Ethan and the others. I felt bad for losing control when I met them previously. I hoped I would stay calm when I met them this time. I considered waking Brayden to ask him to go with me, but he seemed tired, and I didn't want to disturb his rest. I got to work, taking out flour, eggs, butter, and chocolate bits. After mixing the ingredients and kneading the dough, I placed the tray into the oven. By 8:15 a.m., the cookies were packed nicely into a box. I wondered if they were awake yet, but I hoped I wouldn't be disturbing them. I put on my shoes and walked towards the house where Ethan and the rest were staying. I felt nervous as I walked. Did they know what was happening with me? Would they avoid me? I was certain I had caused trouble during our last encounter, and I hoped they would forgive me. I stood at the doorstep and hesitated. Finally, I gathered my courage to knock. Just as my knuckles were about to hit the wood, the door swung open. A girl I didn't recognize stared back at me. Hailey. I turned to see Brayden marching towards me, looking concerned. He placed a jacket over my shoulders and looked at me intensely. I'm sorry, I lowered my head. I just wanted to check on Ethan and the others to see if they are fine. Brayden let out a sigh and placed his arm around my waist, pulling me closer. You should have informed me. I'm sorry. I snuggled against his chest. It felt secure and comforting, a perfect place to find peace. I had to remind myself to focus. Beta. I turned to the girl at the door as she greeted Brayden. He gave her a nod of acknowledgement. Nat, someone inside the house walked up to the door and placed his arm around her. It was Landon. He saw us and greeted Brayden as well. Hailey wanted to visit you guys, Brayden said. Landon and the girl turned their attention to me. I baked some cookies. I passed her the box. She smiled warmly at me. Come in and take a seat. I'll go and make some tea for us, she said. Brayden guided me into the house. I should go and help her, I told Brayden. In the kitchen, I found her filling a flask with water. I'll help you with that. Can you help me with the cookies? She asked, passing me a plate. I started arranging them neatly. I'm Natalie, Landon's mate. She wore a happy smile. I'm Hailey. I hesitated, feeling a bit shy about my status. Brayden's mate, she asked. Yeah, I admitted it, feeling a surge of pride. I understood now why she looked so happy. It was the feeling of belonging to someone special. The thought of Brayden being with anyone else was unbearable to me. It's good to know our beta has a mate, Natalie said while brewing the tea. He is always so quiet and mysterious, but we respect him a lot. He's smart and always supports the alpha and the pack. Talking to Natalie helped me understand how the pack viewed Brayden. He had a reputation for being meticulous and dedicated, even if he kept his distance. I realized he hadn't shared much of his past with me yet, but I was willing to wait until he was ready. As long as he was happy, I was satisfied. What about Landon? I asked. Natalie chuckled. He looks cold and unfriendly, doesn't he? But he's a great guy. Just not very romantic. He's a bit of a blockhead when it comes to dates. She laughed, recounting stories of withered flowers and smashed chocolates he had given her out of nerves. But I love him, Natalie added as Landon walked in, looking a bit flustered. He protects me and keeps me safe. He remembers everything I like. They shared a look of pure affection that made me smile. Brayden walked in then and hugged me from behind. We followed them out to the living room with the snacks. I was surprised to see the whole group there. Ethan, Sophia, Brandon, and his mate, Kylie, and another couple, Nicholas and Ariana. I learned that in this pack, mated couples lived together in these houses. Ethan was the leader of this specific house. He was the oldest and most serious, though he clearly had a soft spot for Sophia. I learned the pack had about 600 members, many living on the surrounding lands. We spent the morning chatting. Ethan told jokes with a straight face, while Brandon and Kylie were clearly the high-energy, fun couple of the group. I noticed they had some bandages, but they were healing quickly. Most importantly, they didn't blame me for what had happened. They accepted me, and I felt a great sense of relief. Throughout the visit, Brayden kept his arm around me, offering silent support. Eventually, he tapped my thigh lightly to get my attention. "We need to go," he said softly. "Jaden wants to talk to us." Chapter 21. "Hailey, feel free to drop by next time," Kylie said, smiling widely while waving as Brayden and I were leaving. "Sure," I shouted back, smiling at the group as they stood on the doorstep. I turned back toward the path with a light heart. "You look happy," Brayden said. I looked at him and beamed. "Yes, I am." I hooked Brayden's arm and leaned on him slightly. He lifted his hand and stroked my head gently. "I'm glad that you are happy." Brayden smiled. "I'm sorry for making you worry," I said, feeling a wave of guilt. If only he had a partner who didn't bring all this trouble. Brayden stopped walking and leaned forward to give me a soft kiss. "Silly girl." Brayden's lips twitched upward, and I found myself smiling along with him. We headed back to the main house and went to the study where Jaden was waiting. "Come in," Jaden said after Brayden knocked. Jaden was sitting at his desk, and we took the chairs in front of him. "I'm not going to beat around the bush." Jaden set a file before us. "This file contains research about your condition. As you know, werewolves are born with a natural balance between their human and wolf sides. This balance usually settles by the time a wolf reaches maturity, around 15 for alphas, 16 for betas, and 17 for others. However, research suggests that the beast phenomenon is rare and unstable, arising when a person's human and wolf natures are in constant conflict rather than harmony. Instead of a smooth transition, the two sides fight for dominance. By age 21, if they haven't found balance, the instinctual side can take over the mind completely, eroding the human personality. That is why these occurrences are often misunderstood as purely monstrous. Jaden looked at me as he finished. Brayden was flipping through the pages. "Is there any research on a solution?" Brayden asked. "My father is still gathering information," Jaden answered. He explained that his parents were currently in Greece, researching the origins of these myths and collecting data from scientists there to find a way to stabilize the transition. The presence within Hailey recognized me, Brayden said suddenly. I was shocked. What did he mean? "What do you mean by that?" Jaden asked seriously. "Yesterday, when Hailey lost focus, I communicated with the other side of her. It recognized the bond between us," Brayden explained. "My wolf felt the connection too. But she seemed agitated when I spoke of Hailey as my mate, as if she is trying to claim the bond for herself. She is very possessive and protective. I wonder if the rampages described in history are actually just the instinctual side trying to protect its bond from perceived threats." "It's a possibility," Jaden said. "If she recognizes you, you might be the only person she wouldn't harm." The room went silent. Brayden looked stressed, and I felt a pang of sadness. I hated seeing him carry the weight of my problems. That day in the garden, Brayden added, looking at Jaden, when she was shifting back, I saw the fur change from black to snowy white before she became human again. This suggests the wolf side isn't just one thing, it's changing. If we can find a way for Hailey's human mind to accept her wolf side instead of fighting it, could she find balance? "I'll ask my father to look into that," Jaden said. "I'm sorry." I lowered my head. If I weren't in Brayden's life, he wouldn't be so troubled. "Hailey," Brayden squeezed my hand. Tears welled in my eyes. "I'm sorry. I couldn't take it anymore." I ran out of the room. "Hailey!" I heard Brayden shouting, but I didn't stop until I reached the garden. When I heard him behind me, I spun around but kept my distance. "Stay away from me. I'm just causing trouble. I shouldn't have met you. We shouldn't be together. I'm just a burden to you." Tears were flowing freely now. In an instant, Brayden was there, pulling me into a tight embrace. "Please don't say things like that," he whispered, holding me as if I might disappear. "You are the best thing that ever happened to me. I'm so glad you didn't give up on me when I was cold toward you. Seeing you every morning, tasting your cooking, seeing you smile, that's what makes me happy. I was so afraid of losing you when you were hurt. You are the most important person to me, and I'm not letting you go. I love you." I sobbed into his chest, finally letting go of the fear and hugging him back with all my strength. Chapter 22. Brayden and I were walking in the garden hand in hand. The breeze swept across my face. We stopped in front of a water fountain and sat on the ledge. We stayed in a comfortable silence. It seemed like hours had passed before Brayden spoke. "I was 15 back then," he said suddenly. "When I first met her." I looked at my hands in my lap, fidgeting nervously. Was he going to tell me about his past now? As I glanced at him, he was still staring straight ahead. There are different packs all over the world. I was in the night pack previously. My dad was a beta, and I was trained to follow in his footsteps. One day, I found a girl lying in the woods wounded. Even though she wasn't from our pack, I brought her back for help. She said she was escaping a difficult situation. After she recovered, we accepted her, despite some initial doubts. I kept my head down. I didn't want to see his expression as he spoke about her. Alana was 4 years older than me, but we got along perfectly. We liked the same music and movies. During my first shift, she helped me through the transition. Gradually, I started to have feelings for her that were more than just friendship. I felt a pang of jealousy. They had shared so many memories. I wished I had been the one there for him during those times. She was clearly special to him once. The day before I was supposed to take over as beta, the pack was attacked. The enemies knew everything about us, our strengths, our weaknesses. The night pack fell. My entire family was lost. It was a trap from the start. She and her partner had plotted to take over our lands. She had approached me with a motive from the very first day. The only thing I couldn't understand was that when she had the chance to end it for me, she let me go instead. Silence followed. I finally understood why he was so hesitant to trust me. He was afraid of being betrayed again. "Is her partner Robert Miller?" I asked. Brayden nodded. That explained his reaction when he found out who my father was. "Jaden's parents took me in," he continued. "I stayed isolated for years, but they never gave up on me. They even trusted me with the beta position here. Then I met this girl." I looked up when he said girl. "She's a bit clumsy," he teased, a small smile appearing. "She's a trouble magnet who always worries me. But she's a great cook, and she has a smile that I realized I wanted to see more than anything. Even when I tried to push her away to protect myself, I couldn't lie to my heart anymore. I realized I shouldn't blame her for things she can't control. I hate seeing her hurt." He looked into my eyes, his expression softening. "I love you, Hailey. Are you sure?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. "Even with who my father is? Are you sure you want this?" "I'm sure. I'm not letting you go." "You're staying right by my side," he said firmly. His words cleared away my lingering insecurities. "We have obstacles ahead, but I know I can trust him completely." I wrapped my arms around his waist and leaned against his chest. "Thank you. I love you too." We stayed like that until a loud, rumbling sound broke the moment. I giggled, realizing it was Brayden's stomach. I pulled him back toward the house. "I'll make you some food. Just wait here." I sat him at the dining table and headed to the kitchen. I decided on pasta. As I started gathering ingredients, Brayden's arms snuggled around my waist from behind. "Brayden, you're hungry, aren't you?" I started moving faster, trying to prepare the meal quickly. I heard him chuckling behind me. "What's so funny?" I asked. "Nothing. Just keep going," he said, hugging me closer. I eventually had to push him out of the kitchen so I could finish. 30 minutes later, I brought out 2 plates of baked pasta. I sat opposite him and watched as he poked at a piece of macaroni with his fork. "You don't like it?" I asked, worried. "Hailey," he said, looking up with a smile. "Let's go on a date tomorrow." Chapter 23. Date. A real date. Not just a mark on a calendar, but the kind of day where two people go out to just be together. Was it official? Were we a couple? I dug through my wardrobe, spreading dresses across the bed. I realized I didn't have many outfits for something like this. I had never actually been on a proper date before. I was a complete beginner when it came to romance. I was nervously staring at my clothes when a knock sounded. Chloe poked her head in, looking like a lifesaver. Madison and Ava followed close behind. "Hailey, go get ready," Ava said warmly. "We'll help you pick the perfect outfit." Chloe ushered me into the bathroom before I could even protest. After a relaxing shower, I stepped out to find they had picked a simple but cute outfit for me, a pair of shorts and a comfortable tee. Ava pinned my hair up halfway, and Madison enthusiastically pushed me toward the stairs. The guys were waiting in the living room. When Brayden saw me, he stood up, his eyes wandering over my outfit. He stepped close, his gaze intense as he pulled me into a brief, firm hug. I felt a surge of affection for him, and a low sound of approval rumbled in his chest while our friends giggled in the background. "Okay, enough staring. Let's go," Madison cheered. I was surprised to see everyone heading for the door. "The more the merrier, right?" Chase joked. Brayden looked a little frustrated. He had clearly wanted some alone time. But he grabbed my hand and led me to the car. Once we were inside, I noticed he looked a bit down. I leaned over, cupping his face. "What's wrong?" "I don't mind if they come along. As long as you're here, I'm happy." Brayden sighed, resting his forehead against mine. "I just wanted a proper date. Just the two of us." "I'm satisfied just being with you," I whispered. As I looked at him, I felt a strange, deep pull from within, a flicker of that other presence. My eyes felt different, but Brayden didn't pull away. Instead, he pulled me onto his lap and spoke softly, calming the restlessness inside me. He leaned in for a deep, lingering kiss that made the world around us fade away. When we finally pulled apart, the intense desire had settled into a peaceful warmth. "Feeling better?" he asked. I nodded, breathless. Outside the car, our friends were waiting by the garage. I stepped out to greet them. "You guys coming?" Alexander peeked at Brayden, checking his mood. "You sure?" "He'll be fine," I laughed. We all piled into the cars, with Chloe and Aiden joining us in the back seat. As we drove, I watched the world go by through the window, feeling a sense of freedom I hadn't felt in a long time. 20 minutes later, we arrived. I gasped as I saw where we were, an amusement park. "I love it," I cheered, jumping into Brayden's arms. "Thank you." We spent the afternoon running from ride to ride. Madison was a whirlwind of energy, dragging us onto the roller coaster over and over until my throat was sore from laughing and screaming. We tried the spinning cups and the bumper cars, surrounded by the bright lights and happy sounds of the park. Eventually, the group headed toward a massive water slide. Brayden noticed I was starting to flag. "Hailey and I will skip this one," he told the others, wiping a bead of sweat from my forehead. Ava and Chloe decided to take a break, too, leaving only Madison and Alexander to tackle the big slide. "I'm going to grab some food with Ava," Chase said. "Anyone else?" "We'll walk around for a bit," I said, looking at Brayden. He nodded, and we waved the group goodbye. Finally alone, we strolled past the game booths. I spotted a shooting game and pulled Brayden toward it. I tried 5 times to hit the targets, but I missed every single one. Brayden laughed gently, stepped behind me, and guided my hands. With his steady aim and my fingers on the trigger, we knocked down every target on the rack. "Here's your prize," the vendor said, handing me a giant teddy bear. "Thank you." I hugged the bear tight. Our final stop was the Ferris wheel. As we rose higher and higher, the view of the sunset over the city was breathtaking. Suddenly, Brayden pulled me close, and we shared a quiet, romantic kiss at the very top of the wheel. "We're finally alone," he whispered. The golden light of the setting sun hit his face, and my heart felt full. In that moment, looking at the man I loved, I made a silent promise to protect this happiness. No matter what obstacles the future held, I would cherish this memory forever. Chapter 24. Come to Daddy. The branches on the ground snapped as he took a step toward me. Go away. I'm not your daughter. I quickly backed away as he drew nearer. Yes, you are. I'm the one who created you, the man said with a chilling grin. No, no. I covered my ears and shook my head vigorously. Go away. Go away. Fear took hold of me, and tears began to fall. Suddenly, an agonizing pain erupted in my chest. I screamed as the sensation became unbearable. My body felt as though it were burning, and my heart hammered against my ribs. I could hear the sound of a transformation beginning. My scream shifted into a low, threatening growl. My vision became sharp, and when I looked down, I saw black fur covering my hands, which had shifted into paws. I tried to speak, but only an animalistic sound came out. No, no. The man's laughter faded as he disappeared into the mist, replaced by a dark shadow. I growled at the figure as it approached. It was Brayden. My body lunged uncontrollably, pinning him to the ground. I felt a surge of predatory instinct and struck at him. He looked at me weakly until he stopped moving. Noah, Ad. I woke up with a heart-wrenching cry, tears pouring down my face. Hailey, it's okay. I'm here. Open your eyes. A smooth, gentle voice reached me. I was terrified to look. I was certain I had caused him harm. Hailey, please. Everything was just a dream. The voice was soft, yet it held a hint of worry. I squeezed my eyes shut, whispering his name. I'm here with you. I felt a fast, rhythmic heartbeat against my hand. My eyes fluttered open, and the first person I saw was him. Brayden! I threw myself at him, hugging him with everything I had. You're alive. I clung to him, the relief washing over me, but the memory of the dream was so vivid that I suddenly scrambled to the other end of the bed. I couldn't stay near him. I was terrified of what I might do. Go away, please, I sobbed. I don't want to hurt you. Hailey, you won't hurt me. It was just a dream. Brayden took my hand and pressed it against his chest so I could feel his heart beating. His warm gaze eventually calmed me, and I moved back into his arms, crying into his chest until the fear began to subside. These dreams had haunted me every night for 2 weeks. I knew I was exhausting him. One morning, I woke up to find him gone. I went searching for him and stopped outside the study when I heard voices. My dad hasn't found a solution, Jaden was saying. In the past, these situations always ended badly. There are only 2 weeks left. Are you sure about this, Brayden? Even if you mark her, the instinctual side might still take over. There was a silence before Brayden spoke, his voice firm as he stepped toward the door. She is the one I love. I will do anything to protect her. I'm not leaving her behind. He opened the door and saw me. He smiled softly, touching my face, while Jaden nodded to me and gave Brayden a supportive pat on the shoulder before leaving. How are you feeling? Are you hungry? Brayden asked. He sat me down and brought me a bowl of porridge, watching me as I ate. Brayden? What were you and Jaden talking about? I asked quietly. I have decided to mark you, he said. I dropped my spoon. No, you can't do that. I didn't want him tied to my uncertain future. Why not? He stood and walked over to me. What if it doesn't work? What if I still lose control? I don't want you to suffer because of me, I argued. He leaned down and kissed me briefly to quiet my protests. I am prepared to face whatever happens. I'm not backing down. Brayden, this is serious. I heard what Jaden said. There's no guarantee this will save me. I won't tie you to someone who might not have a future. I stepped away, my heart heavy. I've prepared for the worst. I won't let you do this. I don't care about the risk, he insisted. I will do whatever it takes to keep you with me. Don't make me regret our bond, I said, taking one last look at him before running to my old room. I couldn't sleep that night. It was our first real argument. Eventually, Brayden found me. He didn't say a word. He simply picked me up and carried me back to his room despite my protests. He laid me on the bed and pulled me against his chest. I can't sleep without you by my side, he whispered into my ear. I stopped struggling and let his warmth take over. The truth was, I couldn't sleep without him either. Chapter 25. The next morning, when I woke up, I hopped off the bed without glancing at Brayden. I wasn't sure if I had woken him up. I marched to the bathroom and washed myself up. When I got out of the toilet, Brayden was sitting on the bed. I walked straight to the wardrobe to pick up some fresh clothes. Ever since I had been staying in Brayden's room, he shifted some of my clothes into his wardrobe. "Hailey," Brayden took my hand from the back. I stopped whatever I was doing and waited for him to continue his sentence. "Are you still angry?" He didn't sound very good when he asked that question. I bit my lips as I hesitated over whether to turn around and face him. "I don't like it when you are acting like this," Brayden continued. I spun around to face him. "Then promise me that you wouldn't connect your life to mine. Don't get yourself connected to me." I said it with a straight face. "I will not promise you that." Brayden did not hesitate when he said that. "Then there is nothing we can talk about." I turned around and continued searching for fresh clothes. "Hailey, you know I couldn't just leave you like that." "And I wouldn't. I will definitely keep you safe and well protected. I will not let you die or be killed by anyone. We should at least try. We are probably thinking too much. It might work without harming anyone." Brayden was half yelling at me. "It is a huge risk. Nobody knows what will happen after we exchange blood." "Yes, I admit. After tasting your blood, I did feel different. It calmed me down, and I was able to regain my senses. But we will never know what will happen to you after you take my blood." That Robert Miller. After the day he forcefully took my blood, this voice kept intruding into my mind. As the days are drawing nearer, I have been dreaming about him and the beast. I said, "You didn't tell me that. Why didn't you tell me? That man." Brayden clenched his fist tightly as if he were getting ready to protect me. Brayden knew I had nightmares almost every night, but I didn't tell him what was in my dreams. I will deal with him myself. If someone needs to be sacrificed, then I stared hard at Brayden. I will be the one to sacrifice. How are you going to deal with him yourself? Do you really think that I will let you face danger yourself? Brayden was yelling at me. It is me that he wants. I won't let anyone get hurt because of me. Not you, not Chloe, not any one of you. I'm the danger. I was already breathing heavily with all that anger. Not that Robert Miller. Both of us stared at each other, and neither of us said anything. I didn't like to quarrel with him. It didn't feel good. He needed to understand what he was signing up for. Linking himself with me didn't sound like a good idea to me. My thoughts were so messed up. We were in a fit of anger. Yelling at each other wasn't the solution. Both of us needed to calm down. I could turn into a beast. That was the truth. As a beast, we discovered that human genes and wolf genes could not coexist. They were fighting for dominance. And beast genes would usually prevail, taking over the human body and mind. I would turn into a beast with an animal body and mind. I would lose my human self. Robert Miller, my father, wanted me. When I turned into a beast, he could use me to attack the packs so he could get their lands. To control the beast, we suspected it was through blood exchange. On my birthday, I would turn into a beast, and I would be under Robert Miller's control. I would attack anyone under his command. However, we also learned that the beast recognized Brayden as her partner. Whenever she tasted his blood, she would regain her senses, and I would be able to gain control. Therefore, to defeat the beast, simply put, the strength of our bond was all we required. Jaden and the rest had come up with a few possible theories. Firstly, Brayden and I were partners. If we ever exchanged blood, they predicted that it would override Robert Miller's control. Instead, I would be under Brayden's care. That would stop all the fighting. And the best part was that his blood let me regain my humanity. The beast would then be under control. Second, they thought that having Brayden finalize our bond would strengthen our connection. In that case, we could use our bond and try to convince the beast to accept my human side and stop her from fighting for dominance. The human genes and wolf genes could coexist, and I could live like a werewolf. However, all the theories or reasoning mentioned were just guesses and assumptions. If finalizing the bond or blood exchanged with Brayden wasn't the solution, I would still turn into a beast and obey Robert Miller fully. I might lose control and harm Jaden's pack, or maybe someone else's packs. If we ever reached that stage, they would have to end my life. The pain that Brayden had to go through of losing me would be greater than if he hadn't linked with me at all. What if he decided to end his life? You are not a danger. You are my partner. Brayden clenched his jaw tightly and looked straight into my eyes. You do not finalize the bond. So we are not official. I said it coldly. I said I will finalize it. Brayden's eyes darkened. I told you that I won't allow you to link with me. Why don't you understand? If all those theories are wrong, and with you linking to me, you would feel the pain of losing me. I want you to live happily. Probably, maybe after I die, you might find someone else. I argued. I told you before that I wouldn't have anyone except you. I won't have another partner. And do you really think that I'm able to live happily if you aren't beside me? What makes you think that I wouldn't feel the pain if I didn't finalize our bond? Do you really think I could live in this world without you? Brayden yelled right in my face. I should be happy to hear all these, actually. You can say that I was selfish or anything, but I wouldn't want Brayden to die. Even if he had to live without a partner, I want him to continue breathing. He was too young to die. He had so many years of life to enjoy. I want you to live. I want you to stay alive. Why don't you understand how I feel? I want you to be alive. If you don't link with me, our bond might not be that strong. You might be able to get over the pain quickly and live. My heart was throbbing with pain. I knew Brayden was standing in front of me, alive and well. But whenever I thought of what would happen to him if I ever died, my heart felt pain. No, you're wrong. I won't be able to live without you, bonded or not. You live, I'll live. You die, I'll die. Brayden's eyes softened when he said that sentence. No, no, no. I don't want you to die. In that case, I don't want to be your partner. I don't want to be your partner. I started mumbling nonstop. What? Brayden sounded shocked and hurt at the same time. I said I don't want to be your partner. I totally regretted shouting that sentence. Brayden stared his eyes wide at me. Anger, pain, sadness, and hurt flashed across his eyes. My tears were forming in my eyes, but I forced myself not to let the tears flow out. Brayden walked towards the door, opened it, and slammed it shut after he walked out of the room. I dropped to my knees the moment he stepped out of the room. Tears flowed freely from my eyes. I really hated to quarrel with him. I disliked this kind of feeling. Why did I say I don't want to be his partner? How could I have said that? I ran to the door and, when I opened it, saw the girls standing outside the room. Hailey, Chloe took one step nearer to me. Brayden. Did you guys see Brayden? I asked urgently. He went out for a run, Madison replied. Ava came up to me and stroked my back gently. That comforting move made me feel like crying again. I didn't mean to say that. I didn't mean to hurt him, I said as I cried. Chloe came forward and hugged me. We understand how you feel. He will feel better after the run. Don't worry. Chloe comforted me by patting my back. I headed back into the room and sat on the bed to wait for Brayden. Will he hate me? I'm such a bad person. How could I say that? I sat at one corner of the bed and buried my head between my legs. My thoughts didn't get too far away as my phone started ringing. Hello, I said. Hailey? Auntie Clara, what's wrong? Did something happen? It had been so long since I talked to Auntie Clara. I missed her so much. There is something that I need you to help me with. Can I come over and fetch you? Auntie Clara requested. She hardly asked me for help. If she asked, of course, I would help. But what about Brayden? It probably wouldn't take long. I would help Auntie Clara fast and come back to talk to Brayden. Sure. I will walk over to the main road. Pick me up from there. I said. Okay. I'll see you in 15 minutes. After that, I hung up the phone. I changed my clothes and went out of the room. I told the girls that I was meeting Auntie Clara and would come back as soon as possible. They were afraid Robert Miller might try to capture me again, but I assured them everything would be fine. I would only be out for a while and come back as soon as I was done. I will be fine. I waved goodbye to them and headed out of the mansion. I walked up to the main road and saw Auntie Clara waiting for me at the roadside. I hopped into the car and Auntie Clara drove off immediately. Auntie Clara, where are we going? I asked. Auntie Clara did not reply to me. She just fixed her eyes on the road and concentrated on driving. The journey was long. It took around 5 to 6 hours. The car stopped outside a large village. Where is this place? I suddenly feel kind of insecure. The cold wind blew across the air and I shivered. Auntie Clara walked into the village and I followed behind her. We headed deep into town and stood before one of the huts. As the door creaked open, I was shocked to see the person standing before me. He was smirking at me. I turned to look at Auntie Clara. She had mixed emotions on her face. On one hand, she looked guilty. On the other hand, she looked determined to get something back in return. Auntie Clara, what is going on? I glanced at him cautiously and back to Auntie Clara. I brought her here. Now, let me see my sister. Auntie Clara ignored my question and directed her demand towards him. What? I can't believe what Auntie Clara just said. What does she mean by that? I was being betrayed. My only family member was betraying me. This was probably what Brayden felt that day when he realized Alana had betrayed him. Pain, agony, hurt, disbelief. Auntie Clara never once glanced my way. I turned back to look at him. He had this victory smile on his face. He was Robert Miller. Chapter 26. Humans are so pathetic. Robert Miller spat. Out of nowhere, 2 men grabbed Auntie Clara's arms, one on each side. Just when I wanted to approach her, 2 other men came to hold both of my hands. Auntie Clara. I shouted for her. I did as you had told me. What is the meaning of this? Auntie Clara ignored me and stared straight at Robert Miller while trying to struggle out of the 2 men's grips. You were all along a pawn. I don't have to answer to you. But, well, over the years, you did such a good job of taking care of her. Let me tell you something in return. Robert Miller smirked and took a glance at me before looking back at Auntie Clara. Don't you feel that she looked like someone? You have been staying with her for over 10 years and, surprisingly, you didn't even suspect anything. You said you love your sister. However, I think she would be so disappointed in you. Robert Miller laughed. What do you mean by that? Auntie Clara asked. Robert Miller pointed his finger at me. Is your sister's daughter. What? Auntie Clara stuttered at her words and looked at me. And giving her to me is the same as sending her to a life of misery. And this is all thanks to you. Robert Miller grinned at her. What? I was confused. I didn't get a thing out of what they were talking about. Take them to the underground cell. Robert Miller commanded. Auntie Clara and I were being dragged into separate cells. She was locked in the cell opposite me. I crawled up to the cell bars and looked into the cell where Auntie Clara was situated. Auntie Clara. Auntie Clara. I shouted out for her. I needed to know what was going on. How did she know Robert Miller? Why was she helping him? And whose daughter am I? Stop calling. I got nothing to say to you. Auntie Clara replied coldly. What? But I want to know exactly what has happened. How do you know Robert Miller? I shouted my questions across the cell. It's very rude of you to call your father by his name, do you know that? I didn't know when Robert Miller had walked down the stairs to the cell. He stood between the 2 cells. You are not my father. I don't have such a father. I glared at him. My whole heart was filled with anger. It was such a disgrace to be related to him. I couldn't forget the things he had done to Brayden's pack. He caused Brayden to lose everything he had. I cannot accept this kind of man. I cannot forgive him either. You are just the same as your mother. Love to say things that you don't actually mean. He had a smug smile on his face. You don't have the right to talk about Christine. Auntie Clara stepped forward, grabbed the cell bars, and yelled at Robert Miller. Don't you always wish to see her? I could bring you there, to the place where she passed away. Auntie Clara's eyes widened as she heard the news. I was shocked too. How could he be so heartless? What? Do you really think that a human can survive by giving birth to one of our kind? Robert Miller said it in a dismissive tone. At least I saw her final resting place. A child. Auntie Clara sounded confused. A werewolf's child. Robert Miller answered. After a few moments of silence, Auntie Clara started laughing loudly. Werewolf. Who are you kidding? There is no such thing as a werewolf. Auntie Clara half yelled at Robert Miller for the last sentence. That's what you think. Pathetic humans. Robert Miller spat his words out at Auntie Clara before turning to look at me. You must be very curious about what we are talking about, aren't you? Why not let me tell you all about it? Don't you want to know more about your mother? Robert Miller wore a dark smile. My heart tightened a little when I heard the word mother. I never had a mother. To me, Auntie Clara was like my mother. Now hearing that she once existed, my heart was eager to know what kind of person she was. Christine was a beautiful and kind-hearted lady. I had observed her for a few weeks before deciding to set her as my target. You see, I have expectations too. I only seek those who can further my goals. The best thing was she fell for my trap easily. Robert Miller wore a victorious smile. He seemed to be very proud of it. Why are you doing this? How could you do this? I asked and looked at him. For revenge. Christine wasn't the only victim. I approached so many women. Do you know that not all children born to human and werewolf parents will turn into a beast? It depends on the percentage of human and werewolf genes the child inherits. The child who will turn into a beast will have a wolf mark on their back shoulder. The child who received fewer werewolf genes from their parents will not turn into a beast. However, human women who carry a child with werewolf genes face great physical strain. Do you think I'm happy doing all these? In the world of werewolves, I have learned that power is everything. 24 years ago, when I was only 14 years old, my pack was being destroyed by some greedy alpha who wanted power, and he took over our lands. To survive, we have to be strong. We must be powerful. We must be the biggest pack with the largest land area. We must conquer the werewolves' world and be the leader of the werewolves clan. I planned for my revenge. After my first shift, I recruited new wolves and rogues. I even go so far as to create a beast. I do research and studies. And finally, I learn more about the beasts and how to control them. I also know the way to remove the beast, making it a normal wolf. Robert Miller wore an intense look. He knew that we were looking for a solution to stop the beast that was inside me. The first pack I attacked was the Dusk Pack. Since they destroyed my pack first, I should let them taste their own medicine. The sensation of victory felt good. That's the smell of power. Robert Miller started laughing. I guess we are a little off topic, aren't we? At this point in time, one of his lackeys took a chair and placed it between our cells. Robert Miller relaxed into the chair and placed his left leg over his right leg. I tricked her by pretending that I was badly injured. She took the bait immediately. She helped me into her house and tended my fake wounds for me. However, Clara was smarter than Christine. Robert Miller turned to stare at Auntie Clara. You almost spoiled my plan. But also, because of your suspicion of me and distrust towards me, I knew I had to act fast. One day, when Clara was not at home, I forced myself upon Christine. Werewolf's pregnancy period was much faster than that of humans. It only took a full 3 months for the mother to give birth. Since humans have weaker bodies than werewolves, this pregnancy was too much for her. When Christine was expecting, I took her back to my place. No, you kidnapped her. She wouldn't go with you willingly. She was so devastated after what you did. Auntie Clara was shouting at Robert Miller. Whatever you say. If saying that I kidnapped her will make you happier, I'm fine with it. I knew she cared for me. She was trying to convince herself that she didn't by going into denial. Robert Miller looked confident when he said that. But I think he was just being narcissistic. No, she didn't love you. You stupid fool. Auntie Clara was getting very agitated. She was banging on the cell bars repeatedly. Robert Miller smirked and pretended that he didn't hear Auntie Clara's comment. After you were born, you didn't have the mark on your body yet. I left you on the roadside. Some kind-hearted person sent you to an orphanage. The thing that I didn't realize was that there were cases of late developers. The mark began to show as you grew older. I always knew Clara was looking for me to save Christine. So I went to contact Clara myself. I told her to adopt you and take good care of you, otherwise I would harm Christine. Of course, she would oblige with it. She didn't know about werewolves, and hence she didn't know Christine had already passed away. I indirectly caused my own mother's end. The truth was hurting me. From the day I was born, I felt fated to bring pain. I was designated to be a source of grief. In these past few years, Clara has become more aggressive and demanding. She wanted to see Christine. It was really getting on my nerves. The first time I sent wolves to capture you, I wouldn't have minded seeing Clara gone as well. Such a pity. The wolves I sent didn't really do a great job, Robert Miller said. First time? He meant the time at Annie Clara's house? But what about that time in the forest? Didn't he send that wolf? That wasn't the first time. I was attacked by a wolf in the woods a few days before you captured me. I wasn't even questioning him. I was concluding that he sent the wolf. That was a mistake. I was testing out the beast. I didn't know he would go to you and attack you. It was all a coincidence. But after that incident, I learned that the Red Blood Pack was protecting you. I was puzzled at first, but after seeing you with that guy, I understood. Robert Miller suddenly cursed under his breath. If I had known things would turn out this way, I would have dealt with him when I had that chance in the past. What? When I attacked his pack 8 years ago to obtain their land, I should have dealt with him too. If it weren't because of Alana, I wouldn't let him live. He roared and regretted his past actions. How dare he think of hurting Brayden? My blood was boiling inside me. I let out a low and threatening growl. I knew he'd heard it, too, because he looked amused. He stood up from his chair and squatted in front of my cell. But it's okay. It's not too late now. Don't worry. I didn't kill him. I just gave him a present. Once he finished his sentence, he stood up straight. What did you do to him? I yelled at Robert Miller, hitting and banging the cell bars. Oh, it's nothing. It's just my new creation. It would separate his wolf from him. A werewolf wouldn't be able to live without his wolf. Robert Miller paused for a while before looking at me. It will be a slow, difficult end for him. Chapter 27. Oh, it's nothing. It's just my new creation. It would separate his wolf from him. A werewolf wouldn't be able to live without his wolf. It will be a slow, difficult end. Robert Miller started laughing as he headed out of the underground area. Even after he left, his laughter continued to echo through the cell walls. I moved myself to sit in the dark. Both of my eyes were staring blankly into space. Tears were flowing out of my eyes. I didn't even bother to wipe them off. Brayden. Mother. It was my fault. It was all because of me. They both got hurt because of me. They were suffering because of me. Everything was due to me. I shouldn't even exist. Why was I even born into this world? I felt like nothing but trouble, a disaster, a danger. I did not know how long I had been staring into space until the sound of the gate of my cell opening snapped me out of the daze. The sound of high heels was clear and sharp, echoing through the cell. She walked up to me and stood in front of me. She placed the tray of food on the ground and squatted down to my level. You should at least eat something. Alana pushed the tray of food nearer to me. Why are you doing this to Brayden? I wasn't looking at her when I asked this question. I was staring at a spot on the ground. Why are you always hurting him? I rose from the ground and moved toward Alana. I grabbed her by her shirt. Why? I could hear my voice cracking when I screamed. He was so kind to you. He didn't harm you in any way. Why are you doing this to him? Just because of your choices. I grabbed her shirt, shaking her as I yelled. Don't speak ill of my partner. Alana pushed me away and straightened her shirt. I stabilized myself and faced her once again. All you wanted was me. Why can't you leave him alone? Why do you have to hurt him again and again? I pushed Alana away until she stumbled back. I dropped to my knees and held my chest. I broke down crying and screaming. I did not know whether what Robert Miller had said was true. I felt terrible and heavy on the inside. Everything was happening so fast. All the truths were hard to handle. My mother passed away while giving birth to me. Auntie Clara was all along hiding her true motives. Now that she knew the circumstances of her sister's passing, she would dislike me even more. Brayden was in danger. Why? Since they had captured me, why did they have to target Brayden? I said before. That day was the last time I would let him go. After that, we would be enemies. As for why I used my creation on him, you can only blame yourself. If Brayden weren't your partner, he wouldn't have to suffer. Alana managed to stand up and took one step towards me. Why? Why is that? Tears dripped to the ground. Alana walked out of the cell and stood outside the cell gate, because the key to the solution for the beast is its partner. After finishing her sentence, she left the underground. I was left in the cell, dazed. So, would it be possible for Brayden to link with me? Or connecting with him would help to calm the beast within me. But thinking all these things wouldn't change the situation in any way. There was nothing I could do already. I ran to the cell gate and tried to pull it open, but it didn't work. I leaned on the cell bars and slid down to the ground, feeling defeated. My eyes wandered into the cell opposite mine. Auntie Clara was sitting in a corner of the cell and staring at the wall. When she caught me looking at her, she glanced at me for a few seconds before looking away. She shifted and turned her back on me. There was no more care and concern and no more love in her eyes. There was only coldness and resentment. Knowing that Robert Miller had lied to her, she hated him. She hated the fact that her sister had been treated so poorly. She hated the fact that her sister was gone. She hated the fact that the cause of her sister's passing was due to the person she had taken care of for 10 years. I lay on the ground lifelessly. Hours later, I felt pain erupting through my chest. At first, I thought it was the beast within me wanting to come out, causing the pain. However, minutes later, I started hearing a cracking sound. It was so soft that you would think you were imagining things. I tried to scan the surroundings for the source of the sound, but found nothing. It wasn't only physical pain that I was experiencing. There was something else. Some emotions, such as grief and heartache, are like someone having torn a piece of your heart out. It felt as if someone had taken away something that you loved a lot. It felt like the feeling of grief that you experience when someone you love is leaving you. Tears were uncontrollably rolling down my cheeks. I tried to stop crying, but I couldn't. At the same time, I thought I heard another voice. She sounded as if she were weeping. I peeked over to Auntie Clara, but she didn't seem like she was crying. I ended up crying day and night. I didn't even have the appetite to eat anything. When they knew I was starving myself, Robert Miller commanded his people to force the food. They were not sincerely concerned about me. They were worried that I would pass away before I even turned into a beast. When I resisted them, they decided to restrain me. Both of my hands and legs were restrained to the wall. They kept forcing me to eat. They didn't care whether they caused me discomfort. They just wanted me to eat. Till the end, I wasn't even bothered by them. They could do whatever they wanted. I felt as good as dead. I did not know how many days had passed. There was no news about Brayden and the others. Probably, they resented me for putting Brayden in danger. Why would they even come and save me from this place? What was the point of keeping me when I was the cause of his sufferings? I always said that I wanted to protect him. In the end, I never got to protect him from danger. I was the one who caused him to go through pain. I had hurt him deeply. Before I got captured, I even told him that I didn't want to be his partner. He must have resented me. Even so, I missed him. I missed him so much. Whenever I thought of him, my heart hurt a lot. I wondered how he was. Was his wolf really separated from him? What can I do to help? Just what can I do? There was this small window in the cell. Whenever I looked outside, I would only see the sky turning from day to night and night to day. The cycle repeated itself. And this day, when the sky was getting to nighttime, Robert Miller and a group of his people came to my cell and dragged me out to the open grassland situated in the middle of the village. When I reached the grassland, there was a huge cage in the middle. They opened up the cage and locked me inside. I had my eyes closed as I lay inside the cage. My breathing started to get a little heavy. I cracked open my eyes a little and saw that the people outside the cage were busy shifting things around. Get prepared. The time is coming. Robert Miller was commanding his people around. It seemed like they were creating a protective border around the cage. And people were standing around the border. We cannot afford to make any mistake. They probably would strike today. You guys must get prepared. Robert Miller was shouting his words to his people. They? Did he mean Brayden and the others? Were they coming? As time went by, I could feel my chest tightening. Pain was shooting across my body. I wanted to scream out, but my voice got stuck in my throat. My throat was hurting due to the dryness. I licked my lips to moisten them. As the sky darkened, the air started to cool. The cold breeze was sweeping past my body. I could feel my body changing, and the pain was unbearable. I bit my lips until they bled. Tears were forming in my eyes. I squeezed my eyes tightly as the pain came again. One drop of tears rolled off my face. I crouched together as the pain was getting more unbearable. Suddenly, a wolf came running up to Robert Miller. They were probably communicating through their pack link. Later, I could hear several different growls echoing through the air. After hearing that, I tried to shift myself nearer to the bars. Taking in the pain, I crawled slowly to the bars where I could clearly see what was happening outside. After a while, the wolf ran off and Robert Miller shifted into his wolf. Robert Miller's wolf was slightly larger than the other wolves. His wolf had deep, dark brown fur with a few shades of red. He ran off in the direction where that wolf previously headed. I was left in the cage with a few wolves guarding me. They circled the cage, observing the surroundings. The sky was getting darker. There weren't many clouds in the sky. From my direction, I could see the moon hanging high in the sky. It was round and bright. Such a beautiful night, but it would soon be marked by conflict. The pain was coming back to me. Drops of sweat formed on my forehead. More growling could be heard. The wolves guarding me were starting to grow on high alert. From afar, there was a group of wolves charging towards us. Everything went chaotic. Wolves were clashing with each other. Arg, I whimpered in pain. My whole body felt so sore and numb. As the next wave of pain arrived, I was shocked to see my hands changing. I was going to turn into a beast. This would be the most difficult birthday ever. On my 21st birthday, I would become a powerful creature. What a gift. The fighting was going on. One of the wolves was thrown across the air, hitting hard against the cage bars. Other wolves immediately rose and stood protectively over that wolf. I couldn't recognize which wolf belonged to which group. I didn't have the energy to tell them apart. A familiar feeling was developing within me. I knew what feeling that was. My paws gripped the bars tightly. My human whimpers were turning into animal growls. I could hear my heart beating rhythmically, loud and clear. My body was starting to heat up. At that moment, I saw a brown wolf running towards us from a distance. On the wolf's back, someone was riding. The brown wolf stopped at a certain distance away from my cage. The person dropped down from the wolf's back and landed on the ground. That person was trying very hard to stand up, but he was having a hard time. I tried to use some strength and pulled myself nearer to the edge of the cage. I couldn't differentiate whether it was sweat or tears that were dripping down my chin. When that person on the ground lifted his head, his gaze was focused on me. Brayden. Chapter 28. As Brayden was trying hard to stand up from the ground, the brown wolf beside him stood protectively in front of him. Brayden stood up and fell back to the ground repeatedly. He was in a vulnerable position. I forced myself to keep my eyes open and keep a tab on him. I was afraid that he would get hurt. It must be due to the creation they used on him that he couldn't shift into his wolf. Why did he take the risk of coming here? Deep down, I knew the answer. It was because of me. My heart was aching for him. He had been trying his best to get to me, taking glances at me now and then. The pain I had been experiencing was growing more intense as time passed. My body was getting ready to change into the beast once the clock struck 12. It would be the start and the end of my birthday. Another wave of pain erupted in my body. As I tried to move my legs, I felt something different. I realized they had dark fur on them. I cried out when my body shifted further. My forehead was damp with sweat, and my tears mixed with it. Suddenly, groups of wolves sped towards us. Several wolves circled Brayden and the brown wolf. My breath caught in my throat when I saw the wolves start to move in. Brayden was on the ground while the brown wolf stood over him to protect him. They growled and threatened each other, waiting for the right timing to strike. Robert Miller ran back to me in his wolf form and stood in front of the cage's gate. More wolves were running towards us, and they immediately engaged with the wolves surrounding Brayden. I was lying helplessly in the cage. As time passed, I heard a ringing in my mind like a ticking clock. The sounds in the surroundings were amplified. Every little detail could be heard. My vision started to sharpen. I could see small insects in the grass far away. My nose picked up different scents, but one in particular attracted me, a mixture of peppermint and lemon. However, the scent was weakening as the seconds went by. I tried to find the source of the scent, but Robert Miller was blocking my view. Suddenly, the fighting slowed. I shifted and looked through a gap. There was a large black wolf standing face to face with Robert Miller. I recognized that wolf as Jayden. All the other wolves were either standing beside or behind Jayden. Robert Miller and his followers stood in a row in front of my cage. They were staring at each other intensely in defensive positions. The last part of the transformation moved through my body as I felt my heartbeat increasing. I could feel my frame changing. When I cried out in pain, it sounded more like a howl. For a split second, Robert Miller turned his head to glimpse at me. I knew he was satisfied to see me turning into a beast successfully. When Robert Miller was distracted by me, Jayden took the opportunity to strike. Jayden sped towards Robert Miller and pounced on him, dragging him away from the cage. His wolves were about to jump in when Jayden's pack reacted by pinning them down first. My eyes searched for Brayden within the chaos, but I was distracted by the pain. With one last shift, my time as a human had ended. I growled as I stood up to balance on my forepaws. I shook my furry body and stretched my legs to loosen my muscles. My eyes flickered around the area. I licked my lips, feeling a surge of energy. I walked towards the gate and started scratching the lock before deciding to knock it open instead. As I crashed against the gate, I noticed a few wolves retreating. A cracking sound from the lock indicated I was breaking free. This drew the dark brown wolf's attention. I heard him growl as the black wolf engaged him again. He used his strength to swing the black wolf away from him. I took a few steps back and braced for the final blow. I ran at full speed and hit the gate directly. The gate swung open and fell to the ground. My forepaws landed gracefully on the grass. I growled at everyone around me. At the corner of my eye, I saw a wolf trying to escape. I took a few steps and jumped, pinning the wolf down. I moved on to my next target at once. My eyes landed on a gray wolf that was tackling a wolf with tawny fur. I tackled the gray wolf and held him to the ground. This attracted the attention of others nearby. One of the wolves leaped onto my back and bit my leg. As I toppled over, my claws left a mark across the gray wolf's chest. In the blink of an eye, the reddish-brown wolf appeared beside me. Seconds later, a voice sounded in my mind. Awaken the beast and let it be under my control. My mind started to hurt badly. I let out a low growl and dug my claws into the ground. Awaken the beast and... The sentence was cut off as the black wolf tackled the reddish-brown wolf. Rage filled my eyes. I saw red. I sped towards them and knocked the black wolf away. My claws struck the reddish-brown wolf and he cried out. I slammed him against the ground and bit down on his neck, pulling him down. The moment the reddish-brown wolf went still, a mourning howl could be heard. A cinnamon-colored wolf dashed towards the lifeless body. She was smaller in size. Her mourning didn't last long as two large, dark beasts came stomping toward us, their eyes glowing a dangerous red. I felt a sense of excitement. The beasts were attacking whoever came within their view. The cinnamon wolf was the first to be targeted. I joined in, lunging at the wolves around me. Some were trying to escape and didn't even try to fight back. Several other wolves were heavily engaging the two beasts. As I moved closer, I caught a very distinct scent. The wolves moved away from me, and my eyes landed on him. I growled as he approached me in human form. He was daring enough to approach me while vulnerable. The wolves allowed him to stand alone, facing me. Then he began to show signs of great distress. Suddenly, he shifted into a brown wolf, but he didn't have the energy to stay standing. He toppled to the ground immediately. The other wolves startled, but stayed back. He shifted his body and managed to stand on four paws again. Looking into his blue eyes, I felt a sense of completion, as if something missing had been mended. I was caught off guard when he suddenly moved toward me and bit into my neck. He didn't have the intention to kill me, it was for another purpose. At that moment, my mind was filled with scenes, words, and emotions. The feeling was foreign and frightened me. I felt a little of my energy drained by him. As soon as he let go, I knocked him back. He landed on the ground in his human form. The area where he bit started to burn. I cried out due to the sensation. Hailey, Hailey, can you hear me? A gentle voice sounded in my head. He was staring at me. My mind started playing different scenes again, but at a slower pace. The images were, in fact, memories of my human life. It was as though I was looking at myself through his eyes. The first day he met me at school. The time he watched over me from the trees. The day I was in the hospital. The moment I stepped out in a beautiful dress. The time I worked hard in the storage room. The way I smiled at him. The images of me crying. My peaceful sleeping face. The serious face I had when I was cooking for him. And lastly, the bond we shared. The affection we showed each other. The words he said. I love you. I looked at him, not knowing how to act. I could feel every emotion he felt. They were all filled with love. Then I felt something wet on my paws. I looked down and saw my fur was damp. Not only that, strange things were going on inside me. My dark fur began to turn snowy white. My emotions were becoming peaceful. Brayden. Chapter 29. Brayden. I called out to him in my mind. I slowly walked up to him, and I could feel many pairs of eyes staring at me cautiously. I nudged him slightly with my nose as I stood beside him. He slowly opened his eyes and focused on me. Hailey. My tears flowed out when I heard him calling my name. Don't cry. I don't like it when you cry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I couldn't stop my tears from flowing even if I wanted to. I'm the one who is sorry. I feel myself fading. I bent my forelegs and lay down beside him. No. No. You wouldn't leave me. You cannot do this to me. My voice sounded desperate and urgent. Now, I understand why you were strongly opposing me finalizing our bond previously. It's the fear of seeing the person you care for most getting hurt. You didn't want to undergo the pain of loss. Brayden, please stay with me. Please stay with me. I'm sorry for saying I didn't want to be your partner. I didn't mean it. Please forgive me. Please don't leave me alone. I moved closer to his body and wanted to feel his warmth. He smiled weakly at me. You look so beautiful. His fingers were brushing past my fur as he said that. Brayden, please be happy and stay strong. I shook my head. I can't. I can't. He cannot make me promise this when he couldn't give me the same promise when I asked him to. Jaden, please help me look after Hailey. I heard him mind-linking Jaden. No. No. You are the one who is supposed to look after me, not other people. I'm not ready to let you go. Don't just leave me like that. I whimpered as I felt Brayden's connection fading away. Brayden. Brayden. I love you always. That was the last thing he said before he blocked off his mind. I couldn't get in touch with him anymore. I was crying out loud as my heart was throbbing in pain. He couldn't just leave me like this. How can he be so selfless? He said he couldn't live if I were gone, and he expected me to stay strong. How could he? The whole surrounding had gone silent. There was no more fighting. The conflict was over. Robert Miller was gone. Alana was gone. I looked down at Brayden. No. No. He was still here. I knew I could feel him somehow. He must be around somewhere. My wolf tried calling out to his, but there was no response. He was alive. He must be alive. The wolves in Jaden's pack tried to step closer to Brayden. I immediately growled at them and warned them not to get any closer. I didn't want them to separate Brayden from me. Hailey, we are bringing Brayden back to the pack house. Jaden stood there, his voice filled with authority. I looked at him and covered Brayden with my body. I didn't want them to take him away. Hailey. Jaden walked towards me. We need to go. Jaden and the pack couldn't communicate with me in my mind yet. They can only communicate with me through the pack link once Jaden officially accepts me into his pack. However, I wasn't sure whether Jaden would want me to join his pack, or if I would even be able to, because of what happened to Brayden. I did not want to think of anything other than Brayden now. Unwillingly, I moved away, and the pack members carried Brayden away. When we reached the pack house, Jaden requested Amy, the pack doctor, to look at Brayden. Jaden also taught me how to shift back into a human. It was quite a vulnerable transition to make without any clothes, but I managed. Brayden lay on his bed, his expression peaceful. Amy said the creation used on him was new, so she didn't yet know how to cure it. However, she diagnosed that Brayden's wolf was not completely gone. His wolf was still with him, but it was being distanced from him. Brayden would not be able to feel his wolf's existence. The separation was causing Brayden to slip into a coma. As Brayden had beta blood inside him, the process would take some time, and it would be a slow, difficult struggle. Amy said she didn't have a solution now, but she would figure it out soon. Every day, I would spend my time looking at Brayden. I was hoping one day he would open his eyes and look at me. So this was how Brayden was feeling when I was unconscious previously. I didn't want to leave him. I wanted to stay by his side and hoped that he would wake up at any moment. And I would like to be the first thing that he sees when he wakes up. In the middle of the day, Jaden came up to me and asked me about Auntie Clara. As much as I didn't want to leave Brayden alone, I dragged my feet out of his room and went to the living room, where Auntie Clara was. To the pack, it was a serious matter. This was because Auntie Clara was not a werewolf. They were afraid she would expose our existence to the world, which could bring danger or government intervention. I sat opposite Auntie Clara. Jaden was sitting on the single-seat sofa and looking at both of us. I was looking down at my hands and fidgeting with my fingers. I wouldn't tell a word to anyone about what you guys are. I looked up when I heard Auntie Clara speak. However, her sentence was directed at Jaden. You'd better keep your promise. Jaden wore a very serious expression. Auntie Clara nodded at Jaden before turning to me. I will be moving away from this town. I will be selling the house. You probably want to go back to the house and pack the rest of your things. Auntie Clara told me with a straight face. Why are you leaving? I asked. She never mentioned anything regarding my mother's issue. Was she leaving because she golden to face me? Did I remind her too much of my mother? I was thinking of a new start in a new place. You will be better off staying with them. Auntie Clara stood up from the seat and began heading for the door. Auntie Clara, I followed behind her. She stopped walking and stood in the same position for a while before turning to face me. Auntie Clara bent forward and wrapped me in her arms. Take care. You too. Auntie Clara took a last glance at me before heading out the door. After hesitating for a while, I ran out of the door to chase after her. Auntie Clara. I ran to stand before her. Will I be able to see you again? Auntie Clara stroked my head gently. Yes. You can always give me a call if you want. Auntie Clara turned around and walked away. A tear slipped from my eyes as I watched her fade out of sight. Hailey, you can let it all out. You don't have to keep it all in your heart. Chloe came up to me and wrapped her arms over my shoulder. Why have things turned out to be this way? The rest of my day I spent by Brayden's side. Remember that day when I regained my eyesight and you said we had things to do together? We already went to the amusement park, so we have left. I was holding up my fingers as I mentioned each item. Movie marathons, dinner gatherings, beaches and picnics, sleeping in during rainy days, taking a walk in the park, building snowmen, and even flying a kite together. You promised that you would fulfill my every request. You cannot break your word. Please wake up for me. I slid my fingers across his face and observed his features. I realized that I had never looked at Brayden's face so closely. His skin was clear and smooth. I looked down at his chin and realized there was some stubble. I decided to help him. I took a bowl of water and a towel to wash him. I took a shaver and helped Brayden to shave carefully so that I wouldn't cut his skin. After shaving, I wiped his face clean with a towel. I poured away the bowl of water and hung the wet towel in the bathroom. I came back and lay carefully beside Brayden. I tucked the blanket nicely for him. I was worried that he might feel cold in the middle of the night. You will wake up for me, won't you? I know you will. I'll wait for you. Chapter 30. The next day, someone knocked loudly on the door of the room. As much as I didn't want to leave the bed, I dragged my feet across the room and opened the door. I rubbed my eyes tiredly and looked at the person who was knocking. It was Chloe. Morning, I said sleepily. Morning. Jaden wants to speak to you. He asked you to meet him in the study in an hour, Chloe said. I nodded at her and headed to the bathroom. I washed up and changed into a new set of clothes. I walked over to the bed and sat on the edge. Good morning, Brayden. Jaden wants to talk to me, so I will be leaving for a while. I will be back soon. I bent forward and kissed him gently on his forehead. Chloe stood by the door and waited for me to get ready. Hailey, Amy is going to check on Brayden, Chloe said as Amy stepped out from behind her. I felt a surge of protectiveness at the thought of leaving Brayden with anyone else. Since my wolf was unique, my instincts were stronger than usual. Hailey, calm down. Amy is just going to check on Brayden and his wolf. Chloe tried to explain, looking concerned. There was a painting hanging in front of the room, and in the reflection, I realized my eyes had changed color. However, I didn't feel as if I were losing control. I was just being protective of my partner. What's going on here? A strong voice spoke from down the hallway. Jaden had a stern face. As soon as he saw me, he frowned and went into an alert mode. Amy, go and check on Brayden. When Amy moved toward the room, I stood at the door to block her way. At the corner of my eye, I could see Jaden watching me thoughtfully. We will all be in the room. Now move. Jaden said with full authority. Chloe and Amy lowered their heads, and I had no choice but to step aside. Amy went to check on Brayden. I took deep breaths and my eyes returned to their normal hazel color. Is there something wrong? I looked up to see Jaden looking at Amy, who was frowning as if debating whether to speak. Speak up, Jaden demanded. His pulse is irregular and his temperature is slightly high. However, his wolf is still there, and it seems like his wolf is trying to reach him. Amy looked puzzled. Everyone was equally confused. Jaden just nodded. Continue to monitor him, Jaden said and dismissed Amy. I need to talk to you, Jaden said and walked out. I followed him to his study. Sit. Jaden pointed to the seat in front of him. I'm not going to beat around the bush. You will remain under our care. It seems your instincts are in check, but we must be careful. If you are ever a threat, I would have to ensure the safety of the pack. For now, you can stay in the pack house. We will discuss your future with the pack another time. I kept my head down as Jaden spoke. Hopefully, we will find a solution for Brayden, and then we can welcome you officially, Jaden continued. Has your wolf been talking to you? Jaden asked. No. She has been very quiet. Ever since that night, I knew there was another presence within me, but she had been silent. Usually, partners are connected on every level. I wondered if she was quiet because Brayden's wolf was struggling. Try communicating with her. She might still be able to reach Brayden's wolf, Jaden suggested. Partners can call out to each other. But be careful. Yes, I understand. I knew I should try talking to my wolf. It might help me understand what was happening to Brayden. But I also wanted to know about the others. I had been so focused on Brayden that I had neglected my friends. Something on your mind? Jaden asked. I wanted to know if any pack members were hurt during the conflict. We had some losses, Jaden answered gravely. My heart sank. You might want to go and check on Ava. I snapped my head up. What's wrong with Ava? Had I done something unforgivable? Please excuse me. I bowed to Jaden and dashed out. I ran up the stairs toward Ava and Chase's room. Such a difficult situation. I'm taking Chase back. I will ask Alpha Jaden for permission. I heard a voice I didn't recognize. Mom, don't talk like that. I'm not going anywhere. Chase sounded agitated and started coughing. Chase. Ava cried out. It's okay. Just calm down. I knocked on the door and peeked in. Chase was on the bed, wrapped in bandages. Ava was by his side, and a woman stood before them. Should I come back later? I asked. The air was tense. It's okay, Hailey. Come in, Chase said. He turned back to his mother. Mom, I won't leave Ava. I'm staying with this pack. I will be fine. He spoke softly, holding his chest. I wondered why he wasn't healing as fast as usual. Chase and his mother glared at each other until finally, she stormed out. Once she left, Chase let out a breath and coughed. Chase. Ava kneeled and patted his back. Chase looked at her lovingly and stroked her cheek. I'll be fine. Don't worry. I won't leave you. Chase smiled weakly. I felt like I was intruding. Hey, Hailey. Chase suddenly greeted me in a more cheerful tone. Hey, I walked closer. How are you feeling? I asked. Not bad. I feel like a king. My assistant here is taking good care of me. Chase joked, pointing at Ava. This was the Chase I knew. So, my king, will you rest now? Ava smiled. Sure. But I expect a feast when I wake up. Chase put on a serious face, and I tried not to laugh. Yes, my king, Ava replied, pushing him back to the bed. As she started to leave, Chase pointed to his lips. Ava chuckled and gave him a quick kiss. He closed his eyes with a satisfied smile. Ava signaled for me to follow her to the kitchen. She started gathering ingredients for pasta. Let me help. I filled a pot with water. Can you cut some fruit? She asked. Sure. I started working on some apples and oranges. Ava, the injuries Chase has. Amy said injuries caused by the beast take longer to heal. Don't worry, he's recovering, Ava said. I realized that was why the others were taking so long to get better. I'm sorry. Hailey, no one blames you. Don't be so hard on yourself. Ava was so kind and forgiving. I wondered why Chase's mother disliked her. I knew Chase 5 years ago, Ava began. I had lost my father and my mother was struggling. We met at a gathering. Chase was a high-ranking member in his old pack, but he gave that up to join me here in the Red Blood Pack. His parents felt betrayed. They blamed me for his leaving his position. My mother wanted me to move to his pack instead, but I couldn't leave her. Chase is always joking around, but I know it's hard for him. I'm being selfish, she concluded. Ava. And now he's hurt. His mother wants to take him back. Ava started to cry. I went over and hugged her tightly. It isn't your fault. Chase's injuries are because of the situation, not you. You told me not to blame myself, so you shouldn't either. You are partners. No one can break that bond. Chase won't leave you. If his mother needs someone to answer for his injuries, she can talk to me. Ava chuckled. We both need to stop blaming ourselves. Thanks, Hailey. You're going to be a great beta female. Let's finish this before the king wakes up, Ava joked. I smiled back. Beta female. That would only happen if Brayden woke up. Chapter 31. The weather looks great today. You know we could actually go out and cycle in this good weather. I stared out of the window and looked back at Brayden. A few days had passed, and he had not shown any signs of waking up. On the other hand, Chase had fully recovered from his injuries. I was glad. I had not tried contacting my wolf, and I thought I should give it a shot. Hello. No response. Wolf. No response. Beast? What do you want? Beast? What kind of response is that? She sounded pretty irritated. You are really the beast? Yes, but you can stop calling me the beast. I can be considered a wolf now. But how? After being marked, I could feel the affection and emotions from my partner. That helped me settle. Previously, I was acting on instinct, and I wanted to dominate everything. Now with the connection, I can think more rationally. I will not lose control anymore. I have learned how to accept and care. Does that mean you have accepted me as part of you? I asked hopefully. Please get me a name. I don't want to be known as the beast. She seemed to be feeling shy about directly saying she had accepted me. Instead, she asked me to pick a name for her. She was unique in her own way. Are you going to get me a name or not? Well, what name do you like? Valeria? Jade? Summer? Melissa? Hazel? I provided a list of names. Hazel. Honestly, I liked that name too. So, you are not going to lose control anymore? I asked. No. If I'm too angry, I would probably only turn into a white wolf rather than the dark beast. One difference between us and the others would be the eyes. For normal wolves, their eyes would turn black when they are angry. However, ours would become red instead. I have learned to control myself. I wouldn't go around causing harm. However, as our partner, you are not to keep him to yourself. I want to have some time to spend with his wolf. Hazel was firm. I liked the way she mentioned us and our. It was an indication that she had accepted me. His wolf. Are you able to reach out to his wolf? His wolf is still very weak. However, he's better than before. When he linked with us, he took in some of our energy. My kind is much stronger and heals faster than normal wolves. I can feel that his wolf is in a state of recovery. They will need a few more days or weeks. That was really good news to me. Thanks a lot, Hazel. You're welcome, Hazel said awkwardly. I could feel her fading off to the back of my mind. I looked back at Brayden. I hoped that he was really going to wake up any time now. Waiting was a tough job. I couldn't help but complain to him. You should wake up already. If you don't, I'm going to be cross with you. You have made me wait for too long, Brayden. Since the first day we met, I have been waiting for you to come to me. Waiting for you to accept me. I thought for a while before continuing. I have decided to punish you once you wake up. I'm going to demand that you cook for me every day. Washing the floor becomes your job. You must drive me everywhere. I went on rumbling about everything that I could think of. I wasn't sure whether he could hear me, but I just rambled on, hoping he would wake up just to tell me to be quiet. Days had passed, and Brayden was still resting. This year, the annual werewolf gathering was organized by the Red Blood Pack. The purpose was to allow those seeking partners to find them, to catch up with family, and to give the different leaders a place to maintain peace. Hailey, are you ready? Chloe knocked on my door. Yes. I was wearing a simple pink dress and had minimal makeup. At first, I didn't want to leave Brayden, but they told me that since we were the hosts, I should show my face for a while. Because of the beast issue, I had to attend and give some explanation. Jaden would also be telling them that I wasn't part of the pack yet, as I was still under observation. I didn't have an option but to go. Before I left, I went to Brayden. Brayden, I'm just going to leave you for a while. The gathering is just outside in the garden. I will be back soon. I kissed him gently before heading out. When Chloe and I stepped into the garden, the place was filled with people. Ava and Chase were at one corner talking to a group of people, including Chase's parents. Chase was placing his hand on Ava's waist protectively. After a few minutes, Jaden walked up to the stage. I, Alpha Jaden, welcome all of you to the annual gathering. I know you might have heard of the incident in my pack. Please do not worry. I will clear every one of your doubts. Jaden looked around and fixed his eyes on me. Hailey, please come up to the stage. I could hear whisperings as I walked up. I stood beside Jaden nervously. As you all know, I was not born a werewolf. I was a created beast, I started. When I mentioned the word beast, the murmurings got louder. However, all these concerns have been resolved by the bond with my partner. I showed them the mark on my neck. I talked to my wolf. She has assured me that she will remain calm and rational. I heard your partner is in a coma. Is that because of the link? If he doesn't make it, will you lose control again? Someone from the crowd shouted. Yeah, you are like a time bomb, another man shouted. This caused the rest of the people to panic. They are so irritating. Hazel commented in my mind. What should we do? I started panicking too. I looked at Jaden, who looked furious. Silence. The whole area went quiet. How should I convince them? I didn't even want to think about what would happen if Brayden didn't wake up. Partner. 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 Suddenly, Hazel was desperate to take over. What's wrong? Partner. 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 I will be responsible for her. This voice. I caught the familiar scent of peppermint and lemon. Without any more hesitation, I jumped down from the stage and dashed through the crowd. I didn't care about anyone else. I ran until I reached the other end of the garden. There he was. Tears were streaming down my cheeks. I love his blue eyes so much. I sped to him and swung my arms around his neck, hugging him tightly. I thought I had lost you. I'm sorry for making you wait. Brayden placed his arms around my waist and held me close, breathing in my scent. I miss you so much. I was clinging to him, not wanting to let go. His warmth, his touch, his voice, his smell. I missed every single bit of him. My tears continued to flow, but this time they were tears of happiness. Epilogue. That day, the gathering was considered a success. When the guests saw Brayden, they stopped bombarding me with questions. Brayden promised everyone that he would look after me and that neither I nor anyone else would become a threat. After that, the other leaders seemed satisfied. Whether they truly stopped seeing me as a danger or simply trusted Jaden and Brayden's word, they left on good terms. Everything had finally settled, and that was the best news I could ask for. The difficult news was that I had to retake my entire semester. Because of everything that happened with Robert Miller, Brayden, and I had missed too much school. While Chloe and the others passed their modules, we were stuck starting over in 2 weeks. Love, what are you thinking? Brayden asked, scooping me up from the sofa. He sat down and settled me onto his lap. Nothing much, I murmured, nuzzling into his chest. I kept my thoughts private, enjoying the quiet moment. Since he woke up, we had been inseparable, working through my bucket list. But today, Hazel was restless. She had been complaining that she hadn't spent enough time with Brayden and his wolf, Blake. Run, 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 Hazel screamed in my mind. I still wasn't used to the headache her shouting caused. I could feel her pacing, desperate to get out. Let's go for a run. Hazel suddenly took over my body, straddling Brayden with a mischievous grin. Hazel, you know you shouldn't just take over like that, Brayden said, though his eyes darkened. But why? I know you want to see us. Blake, too, Hazel teased. She started to lean in, showing affection in a way that made Brayden groan and flip her over. He focused on the mark on my neck, and I could feel his wolf, Blake, taking control. Blake, Hazel whispered his name. He growled lowly, but before things went further, Hazel shifted into her wolf form and bolted out of the house, laughing as a very frustrated wolf chased after her. Just you wait, Hazel. Blake's voice rang in our heads. Hazel ran through the woods until Blake tackled her to the ground. He looked annoyed, but when she licked his nose, his irritation melted away. They tumbled toward a nearby lake, eventually resting at the water's edge. Hailey, look. The lake is beautiful, Hazel mind-linked me. It is. I forgive you for borrowing the body since the view is this good, I replied jokingly. They spent the afternoon playing by the lakeside until the sun began to set. Eventually, Hazel ran back to the mansion with Blake right on her tail. The moment they reached the doorstep, she let me take control again. I ran into the house just as Brayden caught me from behind, locking me in his arms. It was intense, and the air was thick with tension. Hazel, don't leave me with your mess next time. I scolded her internally. Brayden looked completely captivated, and I knew he wasn't planning on letting me go. You, put on some clothes. Madison's shriek broke the moment. I peeked over Brayden's shoulder to see the whole group, Madison, Alexander, Ava, Chloe, Chase, and Aiden standing at the door. I suddenly realized that after shifting back from wolf form, I didn't have a stitch of clothing on. Brayden's back was to them, shielding me, but the situation was clear. We aren't looking. Hurry up, Madison called out. Brayden didn't hesitate. He scooped me up, my arms around his neck and legs around his waist, and carried me upstairs. I saw our friends covering their eyes, though a few were definitely peeking through their fingers. Once we reached the room, he closed the door and laid me on the bed. The rest of the evening was filled with a deep, passionate connection that left me breathless. The next morning, I was aching all over as I dragged myself down to the dining table. Did Brayden keep you up all night again? Chase asked, winking suggestively. I'm not answering that, I sighed, resting my head on the table. A moment later, Brayden's arms were around me, and he pulled me onto his lap. You're working her too hard, Chase joked, and everyone laughed. I buried my face in Brayden's chest, completely embarrassed. It was his fault and Hazel's. She was definitely enjoying our bond a bit too much. Don't pretend you didn't like it, Hazel snorted. Okay, fine. I loved it. I loved every bit of being with him. Are you guys going to school? Aiden asked, standing up. The holidays were over. It was time for a new chapter. Yeah, we're going, I replied. We got ready, grabbed some breakfast, and headed to the cars. When we arrived at school, heads turned. It had been so long since we'd been seen on campus. Brayden, usually the mysterious guy, walked down the hallway with his arm firmly around my waist. It was the biggest gossip of the day. Hailey Winter and Brayden Wilson were officially a couple. I'll see you at lunch, Brayden said, his blue eyes focused only on me. I smiled, stood on my tiptoes, and kissed him. We didn't care who was watching. It was finally just him and me. And it would always be him and me.